This House now resumes its sitting. Good morning, everyone. At this time, we'll continue the debate in relation to the Immigration and Passport Amendment Bill 2024. Any member wish to debate? Again, any member wish to debate? Yes, I recognize the Junior Minister for Agriculture and Fisheries, Honorable Carl Dawson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I had to take the opportunity to say some words on this important measure that has been brought before this House. And even before I proceed further, I must call to mind, Madam Speaker, the words I think may have been said by the leader of the opposition or some other member who debated the first day that commented on the vast range of experiences and the level of talent available to this House, the Fifth House of Assembly. And I think it's useful because even as I applaud the Premier for the extensive consultation that took place in the development of this bill. He went from district to district. Some of us were able to attend some of the sessions because it's a measure that has implications for many of us, whether it is that some aspect of it may change your status or give you further opportunity, or whether it is that some may feel that some of what is proposed may in somehow impact their piece of the rock, as one songwriter would say. But it was of extreme importance. And in giving people an opportunity to give input to this bill, I think it was most appropriate because the depth of it is such that it could not be done simply by the bureaucrats and the technocrats without extensive engagement. But once it has left the hands of the technocrats and the draftsman and all the fine people in the AG's office, then it comes to the House. The House that is unique in the sense that the House represents the will of the people, the persons who went to the poll to vote, persons to speak on their behalf, expect that the House will now take ownership of this bill. And that's why I come back, Madam Speaker, to say that I'm pleased with the membership of this House, because it means that once this bill has been brought to us, whatever may have been in it before, we must now collectively take responsibility for it, and we must now mold it based on the feedback we are getting from our constituents as well, and shape it so that it's something for the good of the entire territory. As I look at the amendments being proposed to this legislation, one thing I see as distinct is that these amendments, a lot of them are linked to planning. A lot of them are linked to planning, linked to population, linked to workforce. And I think that it's a good direction that we're going. Even the implementation of the committee that would deal with quotas that also too, Madam Speaker, says that at some point there will be some person sitting around the table, presumably with a set of data related to the population, related to the workforce, related to the economy. All those would be information put before them to make the decisions related. And while I don't know that it is explicit in some of the clauses of the bill, whenever it deals with immigration matters, we're also saying that it also has to do with compassion, has to do with decency, and it has to do with what is right. We must, while preserving our heritage and our territory, must still at the same time recognize rights of individuals. So it is for us, Madam Speaker, to find that balance to ensure that the Virgin Islands would always remain the Virgin Islands, a place reflective of our past, even as we navigate the way into the future, even as we welcome those among who would work with us. We still must know that this territory will always be grounded in things Virgin Islands. In this planning matter, Madam Speaker, it shows the link that will have to be associated with training. Because if we're going to talk about population, if we're going to talk about the numbers that we should have, it means then that the building of the capacity of persons in the Virgin Islands must be a high priority. It cannot be that we are inviting or allowing others to come before us or into our territory because we have not done our work as far as preparing our citizens to take up the full role. So I applaud the Minister of Education and the direction she is going, and the Minister of Labor as we seek to prepare this workforce. With this bill, there is increased transparency. That is one of the improvements that I see over what was there before. Now, some of the transparency relates to reporting, and the leader of the opposition made some points in this regard, and I must say that there were certainly things to think about as to the accountability, the role of the House, the role of the committee, role of cabinet, and so on. And I think that those are the things that we collectively can work around to make sure that we have things in the right order. Transparency also means that the persons applying are more clear now about what the criteria is, what is required. It's not just a shot in the dark, but you're very clear. Those persons are very clear about what they need to have in hand before even making that application. I see included in it justifications for granting or refusing. Another high transparency measure, but again, we must know, ensure that we put it in the right order. In this process, in this bill, we must also recognize a fundamental truth, that if we are going to move forward as a territory and achieve greatness, it means that the persons who are committed to this territory, the persons who are committed collectively to our welfare and its growth, it cannot be a small little group. The persons who are going to be granted the privileges under this piece of legislation must be persons who are willing to come on board with us or in the right direction and help us to move forward. And Madam Speaker, when I speak of moving forward, I never make any take any opportunity to hide my belief that a country like ours, until we reach to the stage of independence, it would always be a question that keeps coming back to us. Every time an issue comes up and we're wondering if we should have had the opportunity to make our own decisions. That is a collective decision we'll all have to make when we take that step. But I want to make sure, put the marker down, that we as a country must be seeking to make our own decisions as an independent nation, or one in whatever association we deem in our best interests. I will add, Madam Speaker, that sometimes as we are on that journey and we may even experience struggles, I will state my disappointment from time to time when I hear brothers and sisters from countries that have fought and gained their independence would seem to be on the side of us not achieving ours. Madam Speaker, the persons who I hope will be positively benefiting from this legislation, I hope that they would be on board with us in what is best for this territory. The Virgin Islands have come a long way. And the 60s and the 70s, myself being more a child of the 70s, we know that most persons that you went to school with were familiar to you. The last names were what they were. They were the ones we know well, the Smiths, the Donovans, the Stouts, the Georges, and so on. And at that time, those were the dominating groups, and it means then, as was said here, that when persons came, they felt that they were coming into something. They were coming into a grouping, they were coming into practices, they were coming into particular ways of thinking, they were coming into a culture. That we have come and we see people doing things a certain way, and that we will try to observe them and try to see how we can fit in. There was a level of respect for what those migrants in the 60s and 70s saw when they came here. As things changed and the economy grew, we saw turning points in the 80s and most certainly in the 90s when we saw great growth in the population. So with this great growth in the population, Madam Speaker, you found that persons would come here in the 90s or the 2000s, and you, after you've left the immigration officer and the customs officer at the airport, who were Virgin Islanders, you could easily just simply slip into your own enclave, and as a result of that, had no opportunity to really assimilate into Virgin Islands society. I think that the dates that are placed as far as qualifications, I think it gives them the opportunity for those persons to learn more about the Virgin Islands and to better assimilate. I also see that there are programs that will be planned that will assist in doing this. This bill, Madam Speaker, also provides opportunities to fix things that have been wrong for a long time. The status of children born to non-belonging parents and the issues that they face both here in the Virgin Islands and even the homeland of their parents, that there is some responsibility on our part, and I believe that we are moving in the right direction in taking those responsibilities to make it clearer to them as to what the opportunity for their status would be here in the territory. I also see the portion that deals with the status of persons who obtain the status via marriage and the restrictions on being able to pass that on. I think that is appropriate because I believe that that is one thing that many of us believe was abused in the past. Madam Speaker, I could remember the words of a former chief minister whose picture is directly behind me, Honorable Ralph T. O'Neill, that he would often say, and we would get in the conversations nationally and said, well, we need to do this and we need to do that. He would always turn and ask the question, who is we? Who is we? Who are the persons that will claim the Virgin Islands? Who are the persons that will be responsible for the Virgin Islands? And when we are talking about these laws and rules and regulations, who are we putting them in place for, and who are the persons that will be making them? Madam Speaker, I think that this immigration, my amendments to this legislation, is a start in a good direction. No doubt, we will find work to do in the committee stages, and no doubt as time goes by and the bill is implemented, there will be need for us to even make further amendments. But for now, Madam Speaker, I commit to doing the work in committee, and I feel though that at the end of the day, when we see the essence of what this bill presents and the opportunities that are there, that is something that we ought to look towards passing in this House, even as we make any necessary amendments. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. I now recognize the member for the 2nd District, Honorable Melvin Turnbull.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to give my contributions on this bill before this Honorable House, the Immigration and Passport Amendment Bill 2024. And Madam Speaker, I crave your indulgence as I am going to be referring to a few different pieces of documentation to help with my contribution. So I'm asking in advance for your permission to refer to notes. Madam Speaker, the Immigration and Passport Amendment Bill came about as a result of one of the recommendations from the Commission of Inquiry report. And Madam Speaker, there's no secret to anyone that what the Commissioner asked to be done should have been done a long time before, but it was just never done. So if I was to begin my thought, Madam Speaker, it is a thought that I believe I have repeated in this House more than 3 times, if not 4, which is simply, we found ourselves in a position where we had someone come in to tell us what we needed to do, and we didn't do what we were supposed to do. Madam Speaker, I refer to the Virgin Islands Constitution Order of 2007. And the preamble states, whereas the people of the territory of the Virgin Islands have over centuries evolved with distinct cultural identity, which is the essence of a Virgin Islander. My question there in my notes from the time I got this Constitution in 2015 is, what is the essence of a Virgin Islander? How is it promoted and how is it protected? Acknowledging that the society of the Virgin Islands is based upon certain moral, spiritual, and democratic values, including a belief in God, dignity of human person, freedom of individual, and respect for fundamental rights. Mindful that the people of the Virgin Islands have expressed a desire for their constitution to reflect who they are as a people, and the country and their quest for social justice, economic empowerment, and political advancement. Recognizing that the people of the Virgin Islands have a free and independent spirit and have developed themselves and their country based on the qualities of honesty, integrity, mutual respect, self-reliance, and the ownership of land, engendering a strong sense of belonging to and kinship with those islands. Recalling that because of the historical, economic, and other reasons, many of the people of the Virgin Islands reside elsewhere, but have and continue to have ancestral connection and bond with those islands. Accepting that the Virgin Islands should be governed based on adherence to well-established democratic principles and institutions, affirming that the people of the Virgin Islands have generally expressed a desire to become a self-governing people and to exercise the highest degree of control over the affairs of their country at this stage of its development. And noting that the United Kingdom, the administrative power for the time being, has articulated a desire to enter into a modern partnership with the Virgin Islands based on principle of mutual respect and self-determination. Madam Speaker, that is the opening sentences or the preamble of the Constitution Order of 2007. And from 2015, Madam Speaker, when I became elected to this House, the man that sits 2 seats down on my right, and the late Honorable Dolores Christopher, stated to me as a new member that I should ensure that the Constitution becomes my second Bible. There's another report, Madam Speaker, that was laid in this honorable House. We haven't gone through the debate, but it is now a public document, so I will refer to it, which is the Constitutional Review Commission's report. And in section 4 of that report, Madam Speaker, they recommend that there be a revision of the preamble, the same preamble that was just read. For one states, Madam Speaker, this segment seeks to address the specific concerns raised during the committee meetings and consultations of the preamble, including whether the reference to God needs to be revised or strengthened. A considerable number of persons' expressions of the different or reference to God in the preamble needs to be strengthened. And in fact, it was stated that the preamble needs to be more than just the name God, but should invoke God and make it clear which God it is referring to. The Commission, Madam Speaker, says that it reviewed a submission from the BVI Christian Council and references to God exist in the constitution of a number of nations, most often in the preamble. A reference to God is a legal text. Madam Speaker, that's not the point that I'm getting to, but I'm reading it to get to the point. So it says not to just name God, Madam Speaker, but a reference to God in another context is called the naming of God. So the Commission believes, from the interest raised by members, that we should adopt the approach invoking the Almighty God in our preamble. Then the consensus moves to speaking to that the preamble should have very clear be religious in its nature and be very tight. To have a vision, this should contain reference continued economic advancement leading to opportunities for the Virgin Islands across all sectors of the economy. The preamble should give historical context and refer to slavery. The preamble should speak futuristically in the terms of what the Virgin Islands is expected to become. The preamble should refer to the dignity and sanctity of human life. The preamble should refer to the accountable government, high standards of integrity, the environment, education, healthcare, retention of culture, partnership, and private sector, and continuing beneficial ties with the United Kingdom. Because then in section 4, the recommendation number 33, the Commission gives a version of what they propose the draft of the preamble to now look in 2023, because we yet again, Madam Speaker, did not do our work, and there was not a review or revision of the Constitution since the last one was issued in 2007. Madam Speaker, just for the benefit of the people of this territory, taking the time to go through this so that we can understand that this amendment that we're doing to the Immigration and Passport Act is not just specific to what was requested or required from COI, but it now helps to shape what happens in the Virgin Islands as a matter of law for the future of the Virgin Islands. And in my humble estimation, Madam Speaker, going through this proposed bill and that is before us, I do not believe, Madam Speaker, that due care and attention to the details of what needs to be accomplished to shape the direction in which we go was taken into consideration. Madam Speaker, the last time we were here, I think it was Thursday, the Leader Opposition went through very detailed Madam Speaker, oriented debate on issues that he found within this bill. And Madam Speaker, one of the things that I appreciate about what he did was give the historical context of how we came to where we are. But the bill before us, Madam Speaker, is void. It is as if we are going through an exercise to check a box and not pull in all boxes that the people of the Virgin Islands have gone through to get to this place. So the draft proposal from the Constitutional Review Commission states, whereas the people of the Virgin Islands are God-fearing people anchored in Christian tradition and values, invoking the Almighty God, now wish to proclaim this as our Constitution of the Virgin Islands. Remaining conscious of our ancestral history and the struggles, labor, sacrifices, and achievements of our forebears that serve as pillars of our territory today, valuing the evolution of our centuries of a distinct cultural identity, which is the essence of a Virgin Islander. Acknowledging that the society of the Virgin Islands is based on certain moral, spiritual, and democratic values, a belief in the Almighty God, the dignity of the human person, the freedom of the individual, and the respect for fundamental rights and freedoms for the rule of law. Mindful that the people of the Virgin Islands have expressed a desire for their constitution to reflect who they are as a people, and the quest for social justice, economic empowerment, and political advancement. Recognizing that the people of the have a free and independent spirit and have developed themselves and their islands based on the qualities of honesty, integrity, mutual respect, self-reliance, and ownership of land, bequeathed by their forebearers, engendering a strong sense of belonging to the kinship to these islands. Recalling that because of a historical, economic, and other reasons, many people of the Virgin Islands reside elsewhere, but have and continue to have an ancestral connection and bond with those islands. Asserting that the Virgin Islands should be governed based on adherence to well-established democratic principles and institutions, good, transparent, and accountable governance in the conduct of public affairs, participatory decision-making, and the achievement of the national objective based on the sustainable plan. Madam Speaker, this piece of legislation does not take into account how we got to where we are. So, Madam Speaker, what is before us is a document prepared to address what the COI and the Commissioner Hickenbottom highlighted. What it does not address, Madam Speaker, is some basic fundamental questions. It seeks to correct a number of things and another set unchecked or unaddressed. And Madam Speaker, the challenge that I have is that we continue to go through these exercises and we're not taking the time to educate the people of the Virgin Islands. Yes, consultation was done. But Madam Speaker, what is the directive from the people of the Virgin Islands on what they want this bill to look like? And I don't think it's reflected here. The question, Madam Speaker, of what or who is a Virgin Islander compared to a belonger by marriage, 10-year birth, or to parents not born in this territory, Madam Speaker, is a question that we are still yet to answer. Who or what is a Virgin Island? Madam Speaker, since 2015, after being elected to this House on June 8th, I sat in a caucus and I asked the then Premier a question. What are we going to do or put in place to set aside as rights and privileges for the Virgin Islander? Whether you want to call us indigenous Virgin Islanders or ancestral Virgin Islanders, what are you going to do? Not the Virgin Islander who received belonger status by marriage or tenure or parents who are not born in the territory. But a Virgin Island, Madam Speaker, who has generations that trace back to the slave plantation, which makes up a part of a history that we don't want to talk about or discuss here. I asked the question again in 2019 of the then Premier. No answer. In 2015, no answer. In 2019. The current Premier in 2022, Madam Speaker, became the Premier. And I asked the question there as I sat as a member of his cabinet. No answer. I asked again since being elected in 2023, and I still have not received the answer. And Madam Speaker, what I am convinced of is that we are seemingly afraid to answer this question. And it is not something that we should be afraid or ashamed to address, because every other country in the world sets aside a set of privileges and rights for their people. The very preamble in this Constitution of 2007, Madam Speaker, speaks to what should pertain. It doesn't give the definition of what is a Virgin Island, because, Madam Speaker, what we are seemingly doing now is bulking and merging everybody together. Once you have belonger status, you have become a Virgin Island. There's no differentiation. But, Madam Speaker, is that not mixing and muddling the historical context of who we are and how we came to be? Because what people see now is the prosperity. What people see now, Madam Speaker, is the advancement. What people see is the development, but a lot of persons don't understand the story and the history behind how we came. So it's okay that a 10-year setup, now we see it in page 7 of this bill, that we're moving and seeking to amend the 10 years to make it 20 years. But what are we going to do, Madam Speaker, to preserve the very essence of what our foreparents and those that stood before us determined for a Virgin Islander? We get into the Crown Land debate, Madam Speaker. That's something else. That's tied. It's embedded in the Constitution that we were putting in place future development for generations of Virgin Islanders. Madam Speaker, you look at Jamaica, Antigua, St. Kitts, Cuba, the Dominican Republic, even Haiti, the United States. There are certain rights and privileges that are set aside for the people that have, through their ancestors, fought and bled and died to make the BVI what it is. The benefits that one gets through belongership by naturalization or marriage or even birth to parents, Madam Speaker, that's a benefit. But the right that I would have of somebody who is about 9 or 10 generations after plantation should be different. And that's the question, Madam Speaker, that I'm hoping that we would address. Madam Speaker, we cannot afford to lose the essence of who we are simply to check a box. Madam Speaker, it's been repeated. If you check in the history, Madam Speaker, we have gone over and over again accommodating. And the more we accommodate to rules and regulations and things that are set before us so that we could be a part of this quote-unquote world stage, Madam Speaker, there's the missing aspect of the promotion, the protection of our history, of our culture. Madam Speaker, I sat with one of the cultural icons of this territory a few weeks ago. And in discussions, I asked the same questions of what can we do to preserve who we are as a people? And the answer that I received, Madam Speaker, is education. Education of our culture, education of our history, education of the norms of the Virgin Islanders. Education of the religious beliefs. Because while it's okay, Madam Speaker, to adopt other patterns and cultures and other niches from other territories, Madam Speaker, it doesn't mean that we lose who we are as a people. We can't afford to lose who we are as a people. So while I would now play the steel pan, even though that comes from Trinidad, my culture is folk song. And Fungi music. While in the modern day, Madam Speaker, everywhere in the world you go, you're hearing about fete and you're hearing about Juve and you're hearing about mass. The historical context of our celebration, Madam Speaker, is emancipation celebration, and it was a rise and shine celebration that started with the church coming together to give thanks. While I am welcoming and love my brothers and sisters from every other one of the 102 or 3 different nations that are represented. So while they went by bringing their rice and peas, give me my peas and rice. I don't want no bake, Madam Speaker, give me my Johnny cake. I don't want no Gucci link Johnny cake, Madam Speaker. Give me a Johnny cake with meat in the middle. Give me my fish and fungi. My pea soup with sugar in milk. That's our culture. So while I welcome and love my brothers and sisters, Madam Speaker, and I could understand your promotion of where you came from because you're in a different place. Just like our foreparents, Madam Speaker, went to different places to provide for their families here in the BVI. We have people that come and contribute to the society from other places in the Caribbean and make the BVI home. Those are the people, Madam Speaker, that we should walk along with so that we could strengthen and promote our culture. Not just adapt everything and show who we are as a people are we. Madam Speaker, on page 3, sorry, Madam Speaker, I went to school in the States, but I'm from Tatoa. On page 3, Sang Benado. On page 3, section 14, under item 5, Madam Speaker. It says the Principal Act, and I'm going to focus on B and D. The Principal Act is amended in section 14 by inserting immediately after subsection 2 the following subsections. This is talking about the establishment of the board. The board shall, A, subject to the approval of cabinet, establish a point-based system that shall be applied for the determination of applications made under section 16 and 18. B, review applications for residence and belonging status that require detailed assessment and make recommendations based on established criteria for reviewing such applications, and to ensure that each case is evaluated in accordance with this act and any other law. Madam Speaker, what is the criteria? What is the criteria? Where is the criteria, Madam Speaker? How did it come about? And Madam Speaker, how many different ways can you achieve the score? And is this criteria required to have a knowledge, a test of some sort that you could understand and recite and know the history, the culture, know the four founding fathers of this territory, understand the struggles, Madam Speaker? C, subject to the approval of cabinet, provide the oversight of implementation of immigration policies with respect to grant of residence and belonging status, to ensure that the policies are administered effectively and consistently. D, advise on immigration quota limits based on, among other relevant things, on economic needs, labor market conditions, and demographic trends. Madam Speaker, I confess that the census of the BVI was supposed to be completed by June of last year, if I'm not mistaken. And I confess, Madam Speaker, yesterday I completed my census, the information. But when I asked in this honorable house when was the last census completed, Madam Speaker, I think it was 2010. That was a date given in this honorable house, 2010. And you're telling me, Madam Speaker, that through this bill that is now before this house, that the board that is going to be put in place is going to advise on the immigration quota limits based, among other relevant things, on economic needs, labor market conditions, and demographic trends. Madam Speaker, where are you getting information from? If the census ain't completed yet, let's look at what we're doing. Where's the information coming from? Or is it that we just put in this thing on this paper? Because here's the deeper question, Madam Speaker. Through this demographic trend, this might not be popular. But Madam Speaker, I have never been one to be popular, and I don't go with the status quo. I tend to go against the grain. What is the measure of the economic needs of this BVI? Because the people that are already here, Madam Speaker, you can't stop them. You have to give them the credit and due recognition for the time that they are here. But what is the balance between those who are here and those who are continuing to come among us, Madam Speaker? There was a discussion, Madam Speaker, I was at one or two of the meetings. I think it was two meetings, Madam Speaker, with the Honorable Premier and his team. And one of the questions posed in my constituency was, did we consider the Cayman model? I said it's not going to be popular, but it was a question that was raised. And the response was that that is something that we are considering. So if you're going to consider certain things, Madam Speaker, again, where's the information? Madam Speaker, I know for a fact, no knock on the immigration department or anybody doing a job, but I know this for a fact. I don't know if it's changed last week, but the very data, Madam Speaker, that we put on those immigration forms, we're going in a box. And I know this for a fact, Madam Speaker, because on the island of Just Dyke, we had box up to the roof in the prison cell, there in the Abortionary building. And after they became infested with mold, they had to be what? Throw away, fling away. So what's this data, Madam Speaker? On the labor market force, Madam Speaker, on the condition, Madam Speaker, where's that report? Where's that information? Madam Speaker, I had a little 10 months there in the cupboard, the cabinet. Nothing there. Nothing there, Madam Speaker. I know that the current Minister of Labor is working. I start there. And she's working to put things together. But Madam Speaker, where is the information? Where's the data? Because here's the obvious question. Why is it, Madam Speaker, that the persons that sit on the wall across from me, First Chief Minister, his vision, Madam Speaker, was to educate his people and ensure that they had a seat at the table. The other leader, Madam Speaker, and I was speaking about Honorable Lavity Stout, the other leader that followed him, Honorable Whitley, and then Honorable Romney, and then Honorable Ralph T. O'Neill, and then Honorable Dr. Smith, Madam Speaker, all those leaders, Madam Speaker, had an opportunity to ensure and continue on this vision that was cast for educating his people and giving them a seat at this table, Madam Speaker. But we have educated masters and doctors degree, Madam Speaker, and nurses and doctors. And why is it that our labor market does not reflect that vision? And Madam Speaker, what are we going to do to strengthen this labor force to ensure that the persons that are still abroad, that we have educated, come back and find active employment? It's about balance, Madam Speaker. I'm not pushing aside anybody, Madam Speaker, and I'm not putting anything against anything. But, Madam Speaker, this is what 5D speaks about. Economic needs. And when you deal with economic needs, Madam Speaker, you have to deal with the social needs. And we know where the social needs are. We know about the poverty in our territory. One time I said it, they said that be very rich and nobody's poor in the territory until they went out to certain parts of our territory and realized. And then I heard the comment, people are suffering, there's real people doing really bad, and we need to help the people. And Madam Speaker, what I realized about my little time in this house is, when I say something, they don't like it. But when somebody else said the same thing I say, it does sound better. So hopefully somebody repeat it and it sounds better. Madam Speaker, these are things that we got to take about immigration into our territory. About just making it from 10 years to 20 years. And Madam Speaker, while I'm here on this part of it, we know what we were up against. in 2022. You had a fall of the former premier, which put and cast a shadow on this territory. But before that, you had the same commissioner inquiry, which was called by the same former premier. And then you had, Madam Speaker, recommendation 1 from the United Kingdom, suspension of the Constitution. So you have this suspension of the Constitution that we don't want to lose the rights that those that fought before us, that those that contributed, that those that are working to develop and build this territory. We can't afford to lose it, Madam Speaker. So we got together and we put our heads together and we started to fight, Madam Speaker. But every time you fight, the goalposts shift. They want something else and they need something else and they need more, Madam Speaker. They need more and this ain't enough. And do some more, Madam Speaker. But we know this game. We know this book, Madam Speaker. We've seen this movie before because in 2017, we saw this in a different facet. But we can't afford to just lay down and play dead, Madam Speaker. We have to keep fighting. We can't just acquiesce to every single request. Sometimes we have to push back. Because the last representative from the UK that was here in the governor's office was pushing. The law says 10 years and everybody who's been here 10 years should get status in the territory, Madam Speaker. What does it do for the economic needs, the labor market needs, conditions, demographic trends, Madam Speaker? What does it do for a society that those that left us to be about century and people that didn't have education, Madam Speaker, but they had a belief and a will and a hope and a prayer in Almighty God fought to develop what you have today? Where were you? And now because we were knocked down, you think you're trample on me? You think you keep trampling on me and then tell me, say, yes sir to everything? That's because we got pushed back. And push back I plan too, Madam Speaker. E. This is just a board. Assess the impact of immigration quota allocations and recommend the adjustments and ensure that the immigration quotas align with the national development priorities. They have an and, Madam Speaker, which goes to F. Madam Speaker, again, how and where will this data be collected? When will it be analyzed? And by whom? And Madam Speaker, where will we see this report? So that you understand that there's a system in place. F, monitor the effectiveness of the quota. Monitor the effectiveness of the quota allocations and provide feedback for policy review in order to maintain a balanced, and that's what I'm talking about, a balanced and sustainable approach to immigration. Mr. Premier, what is the plan? What is the plan to retain a balanced approach to immigration? What is the plan, Madam Speaker, for the people of your territory as it relates to immigration? Not what they are asking us to do, Madam Speaker, but what the people are directing you to do. Madam Speaker, 15B. This is the establishment of the Immigration Quota Setting Committee. And 15A. This is not as severe as what I read before, Madam Speaker, but 15A. The committee shall comprise of not less than 7 persons and more than 11, and was appointed by the minister by instrument in writing approval of cabinet as follows. Leader opposition touched on that, so I won't go on that and the quota and the quorum. But Madam Speaker, the chief immigration officer or his designee should be an ex officio member. Should be an ex officio member. Madam Speaker, this is immigration in the territory. As I said, this is my third go round in this honorable house, thanks to the good people of the second district. And I have seen, Madam Speaker, where heads of departments can't show up and permanent secretaries can't show up, and they send the assistant secretaries who can make a decision, who even know the information, Madam Speaker. Something like this, Madam Speaker, it should say, or his or her deputy, full stop. Because I don't want you to designate a desk officer or a receptionist to come to sit in your place because you're there. Madam Speaker, we have to take this thing seriously. Not more than 9 persons with knowledge, experience, and expertise in the demographics, labor market analysis, economics, immigration policy, infrastructure, education, and health. This is what is supposed to make up the board. But Madam Speaker, I read the preamble for a reason. And I read the proposed amendment to the preamble for a reason. Immigration in this territory, and you're missing. Where's your religious community? Because it exists in the current board. Madam Speaker, I took a little time with this bill, so bear with me. Functions of the committee, Madam Speaker, page 515C. The committee shall, subject to the approval of cabinet, be responsible for gathering and analyzing data on the population demographic trends, labor market conditions, and housing. So, Madam Speaker, we're repeating what we said before, but the information now exists. One member just said nothing there. And I'm wondering, Madam Speaker, why are we not spelling out what this criteria would be? How would it be determined? So that even for whatever reason, a new committee comes, a new government comes, a new board comes in, Madam Speaker, they are clearly spelled out. Because what I have found, Madam Speaker, that we have been doing, and other persons and other places do it as well. Things are known to be the case. But I learned, Madam Speaker, in my time mentoring youth and helping them cast vision for their lives and their business, if you don't write it, it ain't real. Madam Speaker, we have to spell it out and we have to write it somewhere so that it is clear that any minister who's responsible for immigration, anybody that's coming to investigate or analyze this territory understands that this is what exists. This is what are the guiding principles for how we determine status in this territory. Madam Speaker, the quorum, leader opposition touched on that, so I wouldn't go on that. On Remuneration of the committee members, Madam Speaker. Again, I start in cabinet. And I don't know where we are with this, but this is something that we should have done 2 years past. It's been 2 years now since, Madam Speaker. A member of the committee who is not a public officer may be paid such remuneration as the cabinet may determine. Madam Speaker, there was supposed to be a policy, a written policy that determines the payment allotment for statutory boards and other boards in this territory from 2 years ago. I sat in the cabinet, Madam Speaker, or we're going to wait till the people then come back to tell me we need to do this too. Because you have certain boards, chairman paid $1,500, members paid $800. Certain boards, chairman paid $500, members paid $200. Other boards, members paid, chairman paid $800, members paid $400. Madam Speaker, we have to set the standard. And some are paid nothing. Some are paid thank you. And not even that sometimes they get. If we're going to do these things, Madam Speaker, let me do them so we don't have to do them again. Do them again. Madam Speaker, 7:16, section 16, the Principal Act is amended, so now we see where in A, subsection 3C, we are deleting the reference to the number 10 and substituting it with the number 20, which simply means that the time frame allotted for qualification to apply for your belonger status, Madam Speaker, is 20 years. That's not you. That's not you. That's not you. Good. Madam Speaker, that is an amendment made in 7, I think it's 7.7. Yes, Madam Speaker. But 7BD, the application is committed to respect the cultural heritage and integration and exhibited a willingness to engage in the cultural and social orientation. Madam Speaker, how will this be done? Will there be an examination, as I said? Is it a list of questions that we're going to continue to rotate, or is this just something that we put as rules to, as a list of items, Madam Speaker? Eleven, Madam Speaker, a person who submits false and altered documents in support of an application for belonger status under subsection 16.1 commits an offense and shall on summary of conviction be liable to pay a fine of $1,000. That's it? You know, I don't see that part leader opposition. Maybe coming. Madam Speaker, this is the immigration we're talking about. People trying to come in here to live, to make a better life for themselves. If you're committing fraud, you need to pay the cost. Eight, Madam Speaker. This subhead is the certificate that a child born in the territory with non-belonger parents belongs to the territory. 16A, the Cabinet, after consultation with the Board, may, upon application being made in the manner prescribed, grant a certificate certifying that a person who is granted a certificate of residence under subsection 18.5 upon attaining the age of 18 belongs to the territory. Now, Speaker, there are concerns. The member for the 1st District who spoke before me highlighted certain rights that should be allotted to persons born in the territory. The leader opposition, in his contribution, also spoke about, in this modern age, Madam Speaker, not receiving a passport or some documentation to say where you're from until the age of 18 is not right. So we're seeking to address that, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, here we go in section 10A. Just like this section of the $1,000 in that I read previously, Madam Speaker. 10.8, a person who submits false or altered documents in support of application for residence under subsection 18.1, 2 or 5 commits an offense and is summary conviction liable to pay a fine of $1,000. Let me tap that, Madam Speaker. Or some sort of time in Balsam God. Madam Speaker, now we go to section 11. Almost done, Madam Speaker. Section 18A to 18D. Under 11, the Principal Act is amended by inserting after 18 the following new sections. Madam Speaker, certificate of residence, direct investment. I heard this before, back in 2016. I heard it again in 2017. And I heard it again after the hurricanes of 2017 and 2018. 18A, subject to the provisions of this section and regulations made under this act, the Cabinet may, after consultation with the minister to whom responsibility for trade and investment promotion is assigned, grant a certificate of residence by direct investment to any person who applies for the same in the prescribed manner and who is A, of good character, B, qualifies under this act and regulations made under this act. For the purposes of this section, certificate of residence by direct investment means a certificate allowing a foreign investor to reside in the territory. Madam Speaker, the Immigration Act, Department, and all of that, belongership, residency, currently resides under the Minister of Finance, the Premier of the Virgin Islands. And Section 18A, which the Premier and Minister currently has the ability through consultation with the board, making their recommendations based on all the criteria that doesn't exist, to give residency and belonger status to whom they will. But here in 18, Madam Speaker, we see that the minister responsible for trade and investment promotion is assigned to grant certificate of residence by direct investment to any person, anybody, Tulu Mundo Igual, who applies for the same. Madam Speaker, and this is nothing against the current Minister of Trade and Investment Promotion, Deputy Premier. This is not even nothing against the current Premier, who's the Minister of Finance. But Madam Speaker, you've given this type of power to one person that them could decide who they gain residence to. Madam Speaker, suppose the minister rogue. And Madam Speaker, I'm not calling this minister rogue, but those who don't pay attention to history repeat it. If you don't pay attention to history, you repeat it. So, Madam Speaker, we've seen rogue ministers. We've seen evidence in this house already of people who went astray, adrift. Madam Speaker, we've seen where we've had Residency and belonging status flying through the air in 2019. Madam Speaker, to those persons, we had that debate, to those persons that obtained them by the proper criteria. But we know some went through and under the table and outside and around the corner. We know, Madam Speaker, even examples of reckless behavior by ministers that put us in problems, Madam Speaker. Because we for some reason, Madam Speaker, we like people that come with briefcase. And we don't ensure that we do our due diligence. Because some of the times, it's based on personal interest and what we could gain, but it does not benefit, Madam Speaker, as this Constitution speaks to, the people of the Virgin Islands wholeheartedly. Madam Speaker, we don't see it to and fro by water here. The plane them that were wees that weren't wees and anything else. Madam Speaker, we cannot. We've seen after the hurricanes, trade licenses, Madam Speaker, that should have been resolved. That should have been resolved, Madam Speaker. For certain people in this territory, flying out the door left and right. Madam Speaker, we've seen the actions of persons who have been willing to sell out this country for a bowl of soup or a bag of money. And it leaves us in a place that people continue to point fingers at us. Madam Speaker, we don't need every investor in this territory. We need to ensure that we are qualifying the type of, but it comes from a place of vision. It comes from a place of knowing where we want to go, Madam Speaker. Because here's the beautiful thing about the BVI. It is indeed a beautiful place. It is indeed a growing economy, Madam Speaker, and it is one of the most amazing places in this world to live, if not the best. And people want to come here. Madam Speaker, we've seen investors come and say they got $300 million to do prospect. Look down there. By water, deading, we dying. Investors, Madam Speaker, that we had for medical marijuana, only one investor for medical marijuana for the country, and you controlling who the investor is. You see the examples, Madam Speaker. This has to go through a proper criteria, Madam Speaker. It has to go through the same channel, Madam Speaker. And it can't just be because you call yourself an investor. Where does it fit into where we want to go? How does it fall and fit into benefit what we are doing with the education of the children in this territory? What is it going to do to help, Madam Speaker, even those entrepreneurs, Madam Speaker, that want to get into business? How is it going to help? Or is it that you're just going to come in and make money and you pay off who you want to pay off, and then all the things that you make go out of this country? Madam Speaker, that's not the vision that was cast. You can't tell me you're going to do 38 miles of road and you got one contractor, $35 million contract. And then when you find out is we got to provide all the material, the concrete, asphalt, the oil. We got to do all of that and you just come in and put it down. So that 35 going to cost us $100 million and we ain't seen that. Investors, Madam Speaker, let's scrutinize these things. Don't let them go by the wayside, Madam Speaker. We can't afford it. We've seen this movie, Madam Speaker. The evidence is there in the book. Just pick it up. Madam Speaker, the same thing repeats itself. Certificate of residence and 18B for substantial business presence. Subject to this provision, section regulations made under this Act, Cabinet may, after consultation with the minister to whom responsibility for trade and investment promotion is assigned, grant a certificate in this section referred to as a certificate of residence for the substantial business presence to any person who applies for the same in the prescribed manner and who is of good character, qualifies under the yada yada. But then it continues, Madam Speaker. 18C, certificate of residence. Persons of independent means, subject to the provisions of this section and regulations made under this Act, the Cabinet may, after consultation with the minister to whom responsibility for trade and investment promotion is assigned, grant a certificate of, in this section, referred to as certificate of residence for persons of independent means who applied for the same in the prescribed manner and who is of good character. Madam Speaker, what is the criteria? What is the limits? What does it mean to be of means? You got a millionaire running, knocking dog. And we just gonna give up status? For what? Madam Speaker, look at the persons that are here in this territory who have businesses, who are well off and successful, and if you want to use means, in the millions and billions of dollars, Madam Speaker, that are already here, that have invested, Madam Speaker, and provided jobs, and provided educational opportunities, and provided entrepreneurial activities, Madam Speaker, and contributed towards healthcare, Madam Speaker. What is the criteria, Madam Speaker? We have to spell it out. We can't just become a territory that we want to build and diversify. Yes, don't tell me, Madam Speaker, about business and investments. That's what my background is. I understand that part of it. I understand the mathematics. I understand the economics. I understand the statistics, Madam Speaker, and I understand the macro and microeconomical positions of having investments into your territory. But without criteria and just allowing one individual to grant status, Madam Speaker, no. No, we gone off track again, Madam Speaker. Come back. There has to be a criteria. There has to be something, Madam Speaker, that if you're going to invest, how is it going to benefit? How is it going to raise, Madam Speaker, the overall development of this territory? Madam Speaker, this bill needs a lot of work. And just like in 2022, and even now, Madam Speaker, I am committed to doing anything necessary to protect the life of this country, to protect its future development, the prosperity of our children, and the preservation of those that came before us. Madam Speaker, it was during a press conference in January of 2023 the opposition held. And I remember quoting Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and Malcolm X. And in the hours and days that followed, Madam Speaker, I remember persons within the social media platform and other platforms stating that they don't know why I quoted Malcolm X and Martin Luther King and I preaching. Only, Madam Speaker, to hear a few weeks later, in this very house too, members quoting the same Martin Luther King, same Malcolm X, to make a point. And what I've learned to understand, Madam Speaker, is perspective is very, very significant. And Madam Speaker, in that press conference, I asked people, and as I'm asking now, to not look at or listen to the preconceived ideas or rumors that you would have heard about me. Not even the things that you repeated that you never checked to see if it's true or not about me. But Madam Speaker, I ask the people of Virgin Islands to understand that I am one who stands here in this honorable house and don't take it for granted of the significance of this opportunity afforded to me by the people of this territory and the 2nd District to stand as a leader. Because I appreciate, Madam Speaker, and I am convicted that the contributions that those persons that stand and stood before me, they paved the way so that and I stand on their shoulders. The significance of understanding that they wanted for the people of the Virgin Islands what is best and in their best interest, Madam Speaker, and they would revolt against any thought, plan, or action that would be advanced to deter, discourage, disrespect, or disregard the development of this territory and its people. Madam Speaker, I have stated before, in the face of 3 governors, 2 UK overseas territories ministers, 3 premiers, and now I repeat again, for the present minister of the overseas territory, the governor, and this premier, that, Madam Speaker, I love this BVI. I love the people of this territory, Madam Speaker, and I will fight for the continued advancement and development, providing hope and opportunity for new generations, safeguarding and preserving the heritage and culture of those that paved the way. And I've said, Madam Speaker, that anyone or anything that interferes with the progress of the people of the Virgin Islands or its development becomes my enemy. And Madam Speaker, any threat to our advancement, I will ensure that my entire life is given, Madam Speaker, so that that threat is removed. So Martin Luther King said that the ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in the moment of comfort and convenience, but where he stands at the times of challenges and controversies. True peace is not merely the absence of tension, it is the presence of justice. And a man who stands for nothing will fall for anything. A race of people is like the individual man until it uses its own talent, takes pride in its own history, expresses its own culture, affirms its own selfhood. It can never fulfill itself. That's Malcolm X. Madam Speaker, I close just to challenge us. When I had the opportunity to travel with you to Ghana, every day that we would attend the House of Parliament there, 2 times a day at least, we would pass a wall. And the words of significance engraved on that wall, every day I would write down what I could see, Madam Speaker. And I completed it. Engraved on the walls of the streets in Accra, Ghana, speaks to culture, tradition, history, heritage, belief, customs, community, freedom, justice, peace, joy, hope, strength, power, and unity. Madam Speaker, while we seek to ensure that we meet the obligations of the COI implementation, let us not lose ourselves in the process. Let us ensure that the laws that we are putting on the books of the Virgin Islands continue to shape whatever the vision is for our territory. And let us ensure, Madam Speaker, that the people of this territory's voice is the ones that we are listening to, and not to our own egos, not to the powers that sit on other places, not to individuals that advise other individuals that says what they want for us and what they don't want for us, Madam Speaker. We are elected by the people of the Virgin Islands to fight for the rights of the Virgin Islands. And Madam Speaker, we need to do just that. So Madam Speaker, I have tremendous difficulty supporting this bill in the form that it's in. And I am hoping that we will take the time necessary to address the concerns in the committee stage and make it something that the people of the Virgin Islands could be proud of, and we don't erode the history of what the people that stood before us stood for. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. I now recognize the member for the 6th District, Honorable Myron Walwin.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there have been some bills that have come through this House over the time since I've been here, since 2011. Some are weightier than others. And this one, I think, Madam Speaker, ranks in the top tier the bills that have come before us in terms of importance to this country and to the people of the country. The topic is not an easy topic, Madam Speaker. And the bill will not be an easy bill. It will not be a perfect bill in the first instance. It would not be. And the reason why we have parliaments and we have the Attorney General's office and so on is so that we can amend bills if it's necessary. Sometimes you won't get it right on the first shot. You might recognize that something isn't working the way that you thought it should work, and you have to come back and make the amendments to it. I'm sure at some point in the future, maybe not in this particular session, but some future House of Assembly will be back here to make amendments to this bill. Immigration itself, Madam Speaker, is not, as I said, an easy topic. And it becomes even more complex in a small place like the Virgin Islands. So we have to look at it in that context. And I want to take the time, Madam Speaker, to commend the work done by Mr. Kedrick Malone on the policy that is informing the bill. I took the time and I read through it, I don't agree with every single point that he has made in the report, but I agree with most of it. And I think it was a good piece of work that he did in encapsulating all the relevant issues that we must take into consideration with respect to the bill, and even, Madam Speaker, in the committee stage. As I said before, the nature of immigration in smaller countries, particularly small island states like the Virgin Islands, is of great importance. I want to read, Madam Speaker, a portion of it, if I may, from page 8 of his report. And it says, Madam Speaker, in the middle of the page, the temporary and permanent movement of persons into and out of the VI have impacted the size and composition of the population. Between 1960 and 1970, the VI population increased from 7,340 to 10,030, a growth of 37%, mostly due to immigration. This rapid increase coincided with the territory's economic expansion. In the period of 2000 to 2021, the VI population increased by 68%, from approximately 22,000 to 37,000 persons. That's an increase of 15,000 people in 21 years. The average fertility and death rates are low, 9.88 per thousand and 3.98 per thousand respectively. The increase in the population has been significantly driven by foreign workers. From 2005 to 2015, the VI's nationals population increased. VI nationals population increased by an average of 1.8% annually, while the expatriate population grew by an average of 3.8% annually. You understand the significance of that? Double the growth rate of VI nationals. According to the data from the BVI Central Statistics Office in 2015, 36% of the total population were VI nationals and 64% were expatriates. I want to read that again. 36% of the total population were VI nationals and 64% were expatriates. Almost double, Madam Speaker. And I am one of those persons, Madam Speaker, perhaps in this House, who maybe can see both sides of the coin better than anybody else in the House. I was born in here, 1972, in Peebles Hospital. My mother was from Antigua. My father was from Nevis. So I understand and have spent the substantial portion of my life here integrated in the community. So I have a healthy understanding of the issues of immigration and the impact on small societies from both angles. Being a BVI lander myself, nobody can tell me no different, even though they try to use that. And also being a member of persons of a family that's an expatriate family. So I understand, Madam Speaker, the issues very well. And so, Madam Speaker, when you have those kind of numbers that we're talking about, a situation where the VI national population is doubled by expatriates, it creates fear. It does. And so when you hear sometimes terms that we deem as derogatory, which they are, island man and other different things, they're not coming because people are bad. It's coming from a position of fear. Here I am in my country, and I feel as if I am being displaced. And it's not unique just to BVI. We say it here, and sometimes it feels as if in the BVI we are more xenophobic than anywhere else, but that's not the truth. When you go to Antigua, I spent a portion of my time in Antigua going to high school because my mother insisted that she wanted me to go to grammar school. I didn't go to grammar school, I went to another school I wanted. She nearly killed me, but that's besides the point. I lived in that society for a period of time during my high school years, part of my high school years. And I would see how the Antiguans would speak about the Guyanese and speak about the Jamaicans and other places. And you travel and you go to other places, the same issues exist. And the common thread, Madam Speaker, is a thread of fear. Particularly when you see people coming into the country that you live in, they can find jobs and they appear to be living better than you. It is not a good feeling. It creates issues, Madam Speaker, in the country. But we have to have an open conversation, and that is why I'm glad that the bill came, because you have to confront some of the issues, because you can't fix issues and problems unless you confront them, and you can have intelligent and open conversations about them, Madam Speaker. It is unfortunate that it took the COI report to get us here. That's the part I'm ashamed about. Because none of us, if we're truthful, could say that had it not been for the recommendation B33 in the COI report, that we would have had this bill before us here. We'd have been going down the road doing the same foolishness that we were doing all the time. And we have to try to get this immigration issue in a structured way so that the outcomes can be predictable and that we can have a process that is fair, transparent, and that we would know persons who apply would have an indication as to what the outcome would be, because there's a criteria that all persons must follow. But we have to recognize, Madam Speaker, that there are benefits to people living among us. And so I like to say that there's a symbiotic relationship that exists between nationals of a country and people who come into the country to live. And the vast majority of people who come into this country to live are our Caribbean brothers and sisters who happen to just get dropped off on a different island when they came on the slave ships. But there are benefits to the receiving state when people come in. There are also detriments that I will also discuss. But I thought again that Mr. Malone captured it well, where he said on page 9, receiving countries benefit from migration in several ways. For example, they gain resources from the economy in the form of labor and expertise. Migrants bring with them knowledge, skills, and technology that were developed at the cost of another country, which the receiving state is able to access. They have ways of doubling things that can give a fresh, of doing things that can give a fresh and diverse perspective on problem solving. Immigration can therefore be a source for assessing resources where there is a deficit in the receiving country's own population. Migrants also become benefits. Migrants also become assets for international networking through whom the receiving country can access resources such as know-how and linkages for business and trade in other countries. So clearly, there is a benefit to having persons come into the country to live. Economic benefits, and of course, in terms of helping the labor market and helping the country to grow. We know, for instance, Madam Speaker, when people come here and they look up on the hills and they see all these big houses, even those who came from the UK and they see the big houses that we have here, because, Madam Speaker, you studied in the UK, you understand how you live in the UK. You can move from one end to the next of the apartment in 7 seconds. It's how small it is. You got to squeeze up. I went into one of the apartments up there one time because I arranged to have my apartment before I came up. When I went in there, man, I couldn't sleep in there. I come from somewhere proper, where I have space and I could sprawl out. I gone up there in this place, my poor foot, them, I can't even hang up myself properly on the bed, you know, at all. I had to go sleep in a hotel, I couldn't stay there. So when they come here in the BVI, that's why they think we corrupt, because they're frightened. They know how they live, and when they come here and they look up on them hill and they see all them big buildings there, well, these people could only be doing things that are wrong. That's the first thing that comes to their mind. But you see that whole migration thing? That helps a lot of us. Because many of us who have our homes know that you can rent out the apartments. You build your house, you build the first floor, you put in 2 apartments down there, you live in 1 and 3, or you can rent out 1. And you build on top. And then you have the people coming in for tourism and financial services. They live downstairs. When you're done, you put up upstairs and you leave the 2 down there, you go on upstairs, go live. And in many instances, if you're smart and you use your money right, the 2 apartment buildings downstairs pay for the whole house. And that's how we survive in many respects. So I'm saying that is one of the benefits of this whole immigration thing that we as BVI landers have to respect, because it helps us directly. That is what I mean when I said it's a symbiotic relationship. We need the migrant population and they need us. And so we must find a way, Madam Speaker, to work together in harmony. Now, there are also detriments that, again, were very well encapsulated by Mr. Malone on page 10 of his report. He says, while immigration may solve problems associated with underpopulation, the impact of overpopulation can be disastrous for countries and cities. Immigration and a rise in local populations put greater pressure on social services, such as schools, hospital, roads, sewer systems, waste management, and public transport. If the government is unable to keep up or stay ahead of these demands, the net result is the deterioration of the infrastructure, the quality of public amenities, and the quality of life. And that is also, Madam Speaker, very true. So we have to therefore find a way to strike the balance between the competing interests that we have. And the reality of it is, Madam Speaker, is that BVI landers, we will not be able to procreate enough to keep up with the pace of the needs of this country. That's the reality. BVI landers are having 1 or 2 children, 3 the most. And you hear what the growth is in terms of people coming into the country. So it is going to be an issue, Madam Speaker, that will be with us for a very long time. But we have to find a way to weave this tapestry so that we can work together. But we must also, Madam Speaker, address that issue of fear that I mentioned earlier. And the fear operates all over. I remember, for instance, Madam Speaker, you probably remember, in the UK when we did European Union law, and the issues came up about the UK possibly leaving the EU. It was only academic in nature. We never thought, or I never thought in my life, that I would have seen the UK really leave the European Union. I never thought it would happen. They realized now that they did foolishness, but I never thought I would see it. And when it happened, then you started to get into the background and understand why people did something that you thought was so foolish At the bottom of it was the issue of fear. People thought that other people were coming in from the European Union countries, coming in, displacing people in Britain, without understanding the importance of that relationship. And it's the same issue we have here. We also have another issue, Madam Speaker, that we have to be mindful of. I remember years ago when we were able to go to the UK because we got a UK passport to go there to live. Remember that? Many of them in the UK, citizens, and even some of the politicians there, were concerned that it was not reciprocal, that they could not come down here and live the same way, like we could go up there and live. Not understanding that you have millions of people up there. We only have a handful. The place done small already. I want to come fill it up. Because what would have happened to us is exactly what has happened to St. Thomas. Exactly what has happened to St. Thomas is what would have happened to us here. And one of the things I've always said when I returned back home in '95 is that, and after going all over the place, all over the Caribbean, all over the place, because when you're poor, Madam Speaker, you get knocked about, you live all over the place. But the experiences that you get when that happens. When I move back here, you look and you see from all the way up, Skelton, increase it now. So from Skelton all the way down to Prospect Reef, and you look and you see who owns those buildings there. You look at the businesses there, and you see that most of those businesses and properties are owned by BV Islanders. It is something that we should not take for granted. It doesn't happen anywhere else in the Caribbean. Somebody else owns the local economy in those countries. You go across to St. Thomas because of that whole reciprocity. Most of the businesses down there are not owned by St. Thomians. St. Thomians are working for them. And so those, Madam Speaker, are the types of things that we must be mindful of, Madam Speaker, here in this country. But the issue of fear, there must be an equalizer, Mr. Premier. There must be an equalizer. There must be an equalizer, because you cannot sleep on the fact that you have double the amount of expatriates than locals you have, with the procreation rate being as low as it is. BV Islanders are going to continue to be outnumbered significantly in their own home. How do you confront that issue is the point and the charge of the government of the day, or any sitting government will have. Because you cannot leave it lightly. It's a serious matter. And it's not xenophobic to think that way, because you must. Any leader of any country has to consider these issues when it comes to their own people. But, Madam Speaker, the way to deal with the issue, is the economy. You have to strengthen the local economy to help your people. He who controls the economy controls the country and controls the direction of the country. Money make the mayor run. In this instance is the point I'm making. And so we have to pay attention. That's the way you do it. Through your policy decisions that you make. Roll out the red carpet for your people and cut the red tape. Find ways how to make business easier for people in this country. You hear me talk, Madam Speaker, all the time about economic opportunities. Of course, the Premier tell us sick now, I don't know how to cuss you no more. I don't know how to cuss you no more. We just speak about, for instance, the local businesses that are struggling now. The businesses are struggling right now. Your local businesses are struggling right now. We have $127,000 in the National Business Bureau. To help who and help what? but you can spend $1 million on a party right now. By the time you finish with everything out there, grading down, and I'm jealous of somebody who getting the work. They're getting legitimate work and they're doing their work, and if somebody hire you, you get paid, you do your work. So I'm not talking about the work. I'm talking about the whole concept and the lack of return of investment that I see. You're going to spend $1 million on that, but then your economy that you need to shore up so that your people can continue to run the economy cannot get the support that it needs. It's a problem. The petty contract system, that system, Madam Speaker, used to help a lot of people in this country. And it's a Virgin Islands party, their same party. That was the originator of that brilliant idea of the petty contract system. Yes, it had its faults, but it could have been tweaked. We abandoned it entirely. And now people, Madam Speaker, who used to do contractual work, decent, proper contractual work to keep themselves employed, to take care of their family and so on, Madam Speaker, are now waiting for a rated program to go shovel up dirt out of gut and all sort of things. That is what is happening to our people. That equalizer that I'm talking about, equalizing through the economy, Madam Speaker, is being deteriorated. And I'm beginning to believe that it's being deteriorated deliberately to weaken us financially. I believe so. Here you are, if you are to take a snapshot of where we are right now in time, economically, as families in this country, if you're honest with yourself, you would see that we are at our weakest point we have ever been. We're broker now than we've ever been before. And I'm asking you, I'm telling you. And here we are in the most vulnerable state financially. But we are being forced to open the doors for all kinds of people to come in. What will be the result of that? And when I say that, I am not speaking about our Caribbean brothers and sisters, because our Caribbean brothers and sisters just want to live among us. They ain't no threat to us. And the unfortunate thing is because slavery has done such a number on us, we have been taught now to think our Caribbean brothers and sisters is our enemy. So while we're there fighting with one another, same color your skin, only difference is you get land off one place on the slave ship, they get land off another. And while we're there busy fighting, them walking in with a briefcase in Jerusalem just like John. That is their plan. And you have to pay attention to what it is. You have to pay attention, because you will end up losing what makes the BVI unique in its economy. You will end up losing that for the people. Ain't got a man to tell me that that is not the plan. And we have to pay attention, Madam Speaker. We have to improve our education system. Make the education system a product of national development. Decide what it is we want our country to look like in the next 10, 15, 20 years. And develop the leader of the industries for those industries that we see coming on stream right here through our education system. Those are the types of things that we need to do, Madam Speaker, to make sure that we equalize that very troubling statement that was brought there, Madam Speaker, out of the report. And just like how they have something called the American dream, there is in fact the BVI dream. There is in fact the BVI dream, that you'll get a good education, that you'll get a fair shot to make a good living in your country where you're from. That if you want to open a business, you can open one. And you have a good quality of life. And the job of the government is to make sure that it provides all the avenues for that to happen. That is the way you equalize that number of BV Islanders being half the population of the expatriate community. Build up your people, build up capacity, make them wealthy. Not in any illegal way, but through your policies. That is how you equalize it, Madam Speaker. Because the government of the day is the guardian of that BVI dream. Madam Speaker, I want to take a little short look at some of the things in the bill. I think those persons who spoke before did a good job in bringing out some of the issues in the bill. So I don't intend, Madam Speaker, to belabor the point and stay too long on some of the provisions, Madam Speaker, of the bill. Section 7, Madam Speaker, A and B of the bill. Clause 7, yes. Where it says Section 16 amended. The Principal Act is amended in Section 16 in A, in subsection 3C, by deleting the reference to the number 10 and substituting with the number 20. I want to stop there because, and Ronnie might cost me, but the thing about Ronnie, I like it, he don't cost me, another cost me back, and we still good. I like them kind of relationship. I poke one on you, you poke one on me, and we go when we done. I remember several times being a part of the NDP, saying to them, you're doing stupidness. You cannot have a policy saying one thing and you can't have a law saying one thing and come with a policy saying something different. And not one of them study me. You can't have the law saying 10 years and you come with a policy saying 20 years. Foolishness. When it becomes tested, it is the law that stands. And all we needed to do was, if we had the intention to make it 20 years, come to the House of Assembly and move the thing from 10 to 20. Hickenbottom shouldn't have to come tell me that. Sometimes we do some things to ourselves to make them people feel like they're more brilliant than us. When they went to the same schools that we went to. We just got to do what it is we know we need to do. We know policy can't trump law. So why are we doing that for? We could have done fix this a long time ago. I know, but I said it in your hearing, and you were a senior minister at the time. Very senior, I might add, holding 2 portfolios. I'll go on to B, Madam Speaker. Substituting by inserting immediately after subsection 7 the following new provision, 7A. A spouse who obtains belonger status under subsection 6 or 7 is prohibited from passing on that belonger status to a spouse. I support that, except with one qualification. If the originating spouse dies, I think you should be allowed to remarry and that passes on. But otherwise than that, you can't tell me that you come here, and they got some tricky people, you know. You have to be careful of them. They got some tricks out there. You come out there, you see a Tatola woman, she here all these years, not a soul in studying now. And all of a sudden you pick up, you're so in love. Or it could be a man too. It happen to man. A man here, not a soul. Not even a fly will land on top of him. And all of a sudden now a woman come and she's so in love and so on. Big wedding. Bam, bam, bam. 5 years come. He turn off, he get belongers. You think he should be able to call the woman from Jamaica that the two of them cook up that and come up here to be able to get that belongers, the two of them living here happy? Can't happen. You have to have sense. You should not be able to pass that thing on unless the originating spouse dies. So I'm in strong support of that, except with the proviso there, Madam Speaker, being added. And then Section 7, again further down, 11, subsection 11. And I think Honorable Turnbull mentioned it. A person who submits false or altered documents in support of an application for belonging status under Section 16(1) commits an offense and shall, on summary conviction, be liable to a fine of $1,000. It's too low. It needs to be consistent, Madam Speaker, with what is at Section 17, which is a general provision, because the two things are in conflict. 17 says the Principal Act is amended in Section 49 by substituting for the fine of $1,000 with the fine of $5,000. Just be consistent and make the fine $5,000 across the board, Madam Speaker, because, as was said earlier, to bring forward that information, to me, to be able to get belonging status and residency is a very serious thing, and we should show a contempt for it. And of course, as was said before, if you can't pay the fine, then there are certain imprisonment things that should be attached to it. Then, Madam Speaker, you look at Section 10. New 10. Subject to the provisions of this section, the Cabinet, after consultation with the Board, may, upon application being made by a non-belonging parent of a child in the manner prescribed, grant a certificate of residence to the child where A, the child was born in the territory to non-belonging parents, B, the parents of the child ordinarily reside in the territory, C, the child has attained the age of 10 years and the child qualifies under this Act and regulations made under the Act. Madam Speaker, this issue of children who are born to expatriate parents is something that we have to make right once and for all in this country. And I'm glad that we are confronted with it now. And I hope that when we get in the committee stage, that we do what is right and what is proper. Those children cannot be held accountable for where they were born. It is not their fault. But they are our children. They are our children. And we have to find a way to make that right. And when you look at even the way the law is written, this is written, Premier, Madam Speaker, the kind of supposing that the Cabinet, after consultation, may, shall not be may, should be shall. Because may gives you the discretion not to give a child what they should get. We can't be doing those things. We can't be doing those things. In my district, for instance, Madam Speaker, my district office, I had a young man that came to me some weeks ago, or 2-3 months ago. Spend a portion of his life here. His parents, for whatever reason, still remain here, but sent him off to St. Vincent for his education and everything. Reality is probably things were a little hard here. They're trying to find their footing. Probably send the child back to the grandparents. Young man came back, started college at 17, 18. And comes to my office because he's been given time, and if he doesn't find a job to get a work permit, he has to leave the country. A child born here, Can't be right. Can't be right. That is a dirty stain on the national conscience of this country that we have to erase. We must put some Clorox on it today in this house and get that stain out. You can't build this country the way it's supposed to build, with your people scattered all over the place. You can't. I could never forget, Madam Speaker, when they had the marches down there about the suspension of the Constitution. And people, some of the most vocal voices, some of whom are the source of a lot of the troubles that we have discussing here now, because some of them voices create more separation and problem than what help them bring. It's the truth. And I could back it up. But the governor Rankin said, when he look out, and I paraphrase it, you know how to paraphrase my thing there, but I ain't telling a lot. When he look out the window there, he see a couple of people out there that can be representative of nobody in the country who feel a particular way. It was Rankin who said so? Either Rankin or it was Rankin? It was Rankin who said so? You understand the effect of that statement? You understand the effect of that statement, Madam Speaker? In that statement, he's saying that you all are so divided that even on something like this, you can't get on the same page to fight. That is what a statement means. And believe it or not, because of the issues that we've had in this country that we have failed to address, there were a lot of people who belong to the Virgin Islands, or who should belong to the Virgin Islands, that were happy that England was putting some blows on. You know why? The old African proverb, the child who doesn't feel the love or feel the warmth will burn the village down just to feel it. Confront the issue. If you're born in this country, you should not be treated that way. It is just, we are a Christian society too. It's just morally wrong. A child telling me that they have to get a work permit or they have to leave when they're born. And then you have children here who are going to school that the parents got to pay immigration money for them to stay here. $25 or some menial sum that they have to pay for the children. And when the children are applying to get into school, it's all kind of hoopla, treating them as if they're not from here. And you got to fill up the school first and then ease them in if you got space. No. How are we going to build a country when we have that kind of behavior? Because that is what fuels the division in the country. You think the British government didn't know what they're doing? It's years they're practicing this divide and conquer thing. Then they just come, they mash up the whole wall. It's years. It's years they've practiced this. And now they've come back and they've said, Madam Speaker, to the people of the country, you cannot trust your leaders. All of them corrupt. Even poor ministering or poor Myron. But time will tell. And now you have the country in disarray because we cannot trust each other. All by design. All by design. If you're going to tell somebody to come in, Madam Speaker, and I'm going off topic, but it's related, I'm going to show you how I'm going to come back so sweetly, Madam Speaker. If you're going to tell somebody to come in here, you give them terms of reference to do a job. Because it's the terms of reference is what determines what is written, you know. You're going to say that I want you to come in and investigate corruption or serious dishonesty that has happened over recent times. That was the opening, that was the preamble pretty much to the terms of reference. If you tell me to come to look for serious dishonesty, take that and look for. It is what is in the terms of reference you're going to look for. I'm not going to report on anything else. I'm not going to report on possible maladministration. I'm not going to report on anything else. You tell me to look for dishonesty, and I might see all these other good things, but that is not what I was hired to do. The dishonesty might be 1%, and the good things might be 99%. What is the dishonesty that I have been given in my terms of reference? That is what I'm going to report on. And so we come back now and feel as if we are more corrupt than everybody else. We have challenges, yes, and we have to fix them. But we can't have the divide and conquer. And just the other day I was there have a little drink there last week. And you hear this lady who was saying, oh, suspend the Constitution. What's your name, Liz Truss? Come down here, but suspend. She became the Prime Minister and then mashed up the whole world. She spent 40 days and 40 nights as Prime Minister. The same time God spent in the wilderness, she spent in the chair of the Prime Minister. They're no better than us. But if the division continues between us, that is what is going to weaken us, Madam Speaker. And so we got to get that strength together. And the strength is recognizing all the peoples that belong to the Virgin Islands. Because we have to get on the same page because there's unity in strength. If we don't get there, we'll continue to be in the same position that we're in now. Let us fix this thing and give the children a passport. We can give passports. The giving of a Virgin Islands passport is within the powers and the ambit of the government and the cabinet. We can do it. Let us do the things that we can do. We ain't giving them a British passport. We give them a travel document here. We can do it. I've read the law. Let's fix it now. Section 11, Madam Speaker, the Certificate of Residence by Investment. I applaud the concept because it mirrors the citizen by investment. Obviously, we can't get citizenship because of our status. But it needs to be fleshed out properly, Premier. The criteria needs to be set properly and done with due care and consideration. The citizen by investment, there's even a starting amount, as Honorable Skelton said. I think most of the countries do $250,000, $300,000 to start. And they must have proper evidence of that money. They know what amount. We want to see the money. And you must have progress of this thing. Monitor it through the whole process. And you probably shouldn't even get it, the residency by investment, until you reach a certain part in the injection of the sums. So it might be motivation for us to give it our thing before we get something. No, I'm suggesting remember when you want to debate, you debate. I debate now. At a certain point that is agreed, then you can say, okay, you have shown X, Y, Z. Now you get this thing. And if you look at it in the bill, the requirements for them for citizen by residency is less, than the requirement for a child who born in the country to get residency. How? How? And there must be, Madam Speaker, a clause in there that you cannot matriculate to belongership through that pathway. It has to be written clearly. Because don't think you could come here with your $300,000 and then you get your residency and then you could apply for belonging. Not go so. You go through the regular route to get the belongers. So we have to make it, Madam Speaker, extremely clear in the law that it is what we want, Madam Speaker, to do. And then, Madam Speaker, there were some issues raised already by Honorable Skelton in Section 12 about the revocation by residency. We have to fix those things. That you become destitute through no fault of your own, or you could prove they're my fault, or it's my fault. Right? If you have a non-communicable disease, you get HIV and all of a sudden you got to leave. So those sort of things, Madam Speaker, we have to pay attention to. And it's deemed by the cabinet to be undesirable. Who died and left the cabinet in charge to make them kind of decisions? To deem somebody as undesirable. How do you do that? Does that mean somebody who didn't vote for you probably undesirable? Right? So we have to be very careful, Madam Speaker, with those things. Then the other part that I'm concerned about is the Immigration Appeals Board. There are some issues with it, so I won't belabor it because I think we have to fix it in cabinet. It shouldn't be called a board, it should be called a tribunal. That's really what it is. No. Huh?
I understand.
Hey, what? Let me repeat what I said, or what I thought I said. I said the Immigration Appeals Board should not be called a board. It should be called a tribunal. That's what I said.
No, what they're saying before, you
We need to
said we
fix it
need to fix it in cabinet
in
opposed
committee
to
stage.
committee, yes.
Yes, thank you very much. It needs to be fixed in the committee stage because what they're doing is really carrying out quasi-judicial authority, pretty much like the labor tribunal. That's really where the issue is, because if it's called a board, then it looks funny that cabinet then has to respect the decision of a board instead of the other way around. It's a tribunal. That's the way it's set up in other parts of the Caribbean. The Cayman Islands, for instance, has one of those. And it is an important body because it is one of the checks and balances, even on cabinet, because cabinet power must be checked. Cabinet can do foolishness too. And so that's why you need somebody, as it says here, with 10 years experience in law and immigration law and so on. Because one of the things in this country we've got to do better at. And I even saw it here, Madam Speaker, in one of the clauses. You can't just give a refusal for something. It was one of the things I said to the NDP too, and they won't listen to me. You can't just say no. When you are exercising administrative power, you can't just say no. You can't just say something is denied. You have to give the reasons why it has been denied. Because that helps you yourself as a decision maker to make sure that your decision is sound because you followed some principle that can be challenged by somebody as well. That is how you build a country. So even though, yes, there are some issues with the Immigration Appeals Board, or which I would suggest we call a tribunal, it is a necessary evil that must be there. We just got to fix it and make sure it works well. So yes, Madam Speaker, those are my contributions. I support the bill. I support what the bill was intended to do. Because it is time, we need to fix it. We need to address the immigration issue. And if we sit down and we're diligent about it, we can fix those issues and get the bill passed so that we can start to get this whole immigration thing under control. As I said, we're going to get everything done right in the one shot. If you miss out something, you come back and you fix it. If you make a decision on something that doesn't work, you come back and you amend it until we try to get. But it's certainly going to be a better position than where we were, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable. I recognize the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Stacey Mito.
Speaker, good afternoon to the House. Madam Speaker, This piece of legislation is very timely. You know, when I reminisce on when I came to the BVI, I didn't know who I was. I was 8 months old, and my father, who's a Caucasian, brought me from Europe across the sea and landed me in the Caribbean and said, "This is home." If you take that in context, it sounds familiar, doesn't it? Growing up in Longbush, my mother ensured that I knew what tart was, what a sugar apple or soursop, difference between a hind and a buttersuck. I understood what it was to be in the Caribbean and what it was to be in the Virgin Islands. My mother and father ensured I understood my British roots, but my Caribbean roots were much stronger. I understood how to stoke a coal pit, how to rotate it, how to scrape marby bark back off a tree, how to deal with sorrel, and how important finding passion fruit and mango on the ground was. Madam Speaker, when you come into a person's home or society, you have two choices. You live on the outskirts and you enjoy life, or you assimilate yourself into the country and you become part of it. This immigration bill that we have in front of us is to ensure that the persons coming into our society have an opportunity to assimilate into the country if they want to be part of us. You know, Madam Speaker, over the weekend I had a conversation with a man who said to me, "You guys need to open up for more franchises. Open up so you have more going on in the Virgin Islands." I said to him, "No. The Virgin Islands is one of the few places in the world that protects those who were born here. And, you know, as a belonger and not a born here BVI lander, I find it interesting that when I have conversations with other people that had to wait this process to get this card in their hand to say, I am part of the BVI, that they are even more focused on people going through the same process or a lengthier process than what they went through. Why is it that those who had to go through the process to get here are even more adamant for those who have to go through that process to quote unquote suffer? Now that might not be a popular statement, but that is what I have encountered. Where people think it's indigenous BVI landlords, and we use that word loosely, are the ones who are saying you shouldn't do this and you shouldn't do that. Madam Speaker, I believe that BVI landlords born here through generations should always have an upper hand, if it is possible, over those who are coming. I make no shame in saying it. Because when you live in a country where you are the minority, your interests must be protected. However, that doesn't mean that BVI landlords need to fight against themselves. Because what are you creating when you are fighting in your own country against your own people? So when we talk about my cousins coming from overseas and looking at the hills and looking at the houses, Madam Speaker, today I said to you, BVI landlords is who doing it more. Them is who talking about each other more than the others. And that's fine. Because you're supposed to be able to talk about your own in your own house. We shouldn't go out our house talking about ourselves. So, Madam Speaker, we've spoken about public consultation, and my colleague from the force spoke about it. So today I'm going to challenge everyone in the house again, especially on the government side, that you see these public consultations that we will talk about, where we have them and no one shows up. Well, there are BVI landlords here and there are BVI landlords abroad. And I really believe outside there are more brains than the third thing we have in here. So when we look at these documents, we said to ourselves, the public consultation took place and hardly anyone showed up. Well, that traditional way of meeting our people is not meeting them anymore. Let's get on Twitter. Let's get on Facebook. Let's find ways to reach our people, because right now, Madam Speaker, when I go on YouTube and I look here, you're lucky if we got 33 people watching us. So even what we are discussing here is not making it out of these chambers. So then how do we expect our people to not look at us and wonder, what are we doing? How do we expect to stand in and say, we speak for them when we're not even engaging them? So I'm not convinced that we had enough public consultation, because just like when we won the campaign trail, you show up in a district, you have a tent, you have chairs, the chair's empty. Madam Speaker, look down there. Remember the former premier said, pan the camera? When you pan the camera, and hey, never got anybody in here sitting on here watching us. So when you go on the campaign trail, you're speaking to empty chairs, no one's supporting you because people are finding other ways to listen. So the creativity we have during the election campaign, my brothers and sisters, maybe we need to bring it to the public consultation for people to be involved. Madam Speaker, my colleagues have done a wonderful job outlining segments of the bill that they have an issue with or they would like to see updated. It is my hope and my full support is in this document and in what it is put on this house, on this table, in order to achieve. But I want to zero in on a few things, Madam Speaker, that I would like us to make sure that we look at. I think it's the wonderful lady who was the former director of the Security Board. She was commissioned to do a study on statutory boards. And in that report, Madam Speaker, it was laid in the House, I think, last year. It examined the boards and it highlighted how many boards in the BVI are not doing annual reports. Now, when you look at this, Madam Speaker, we're looking to set up a committee for quotas. We're looking to set up, as the honorable member for the Sixth said, an appeals board, and he's saying it should be a tribunal, and I agree with him. But when you look at all the legislation that comes to us, why as a governing body, why is there not a standard for a committee, for a board, where you look at variables like their appointment, how are they appointed, how are they selected? In these documents, there's nothing in here stating that you will apply. It says appointment by the minister. There is no across the board where the leader of the opposition has the opportunity to appoint someone. If we're talking about transparency and accountability and working with our people, why don't we have a standard? So when they come in here, it's easier for us to look at it and move forward rather than legislations coming in here, one going left, one going right, one going down the middle. Why is it not a standardized process or a standardized document that we refer to? Madam Speaker, declaration. Within this legislation, one committee will declare interest, but the other one doesn't declare it. If you look in it, also you will notice that how do you remove a chairman of a board? It's at the discretion of the minister. It has about their mental capacity. It has whether or not they go bankrupt, but it says nothing in there about them doing their job. So why is it you can't remove someone? Can you remove them if they didn't finish the annual or submit that annual report? Madam Speaker, these may seem like light things, but to me, I would like to see these things become a standard. You can have consecutive tenures based on this document for up to 3 years. So, Madam Speaker, I can go in, I can be a member, I can be a chairman, and I can consecutively, after 3 years, be reappointed until when? The end of the world? Madam Speaker, this is one of the problems we have in our country, where a person can be on a committee because of political favor or whatever other reason until they leave the earth. That's not how you progress. And I hope in the committee stages we look at these things. Now, Madam Speaker, it says that residency, I think Honorable Turnbull mentioned this. If you are granted the privilege of residency, and I have a friend of mine, a Trinidadian national, who's been here over 20 years now, and he called me the other day, and the excitement and the joy in his voice because he has finally been offered residency. And what did he do? He jumped and he called me. Now he has to check in every 5 years. But if you look at the investment, residency by investment, there's nothing in there about checking in. So we have that on average poor man, but on someone who will come in with money, there is no track on that. And I remember 60 alluded to that. Madam Speaker, I noticed that the requirements for permanent residence has also been upgraded. One of it says your commitment to the environment and some other things. And Madam Speaker, that sounds good. Environmentally healthy practices, it aligns with what we're doing with sustainability. But how are we going to measure that, Madam Speaker? So I'm a bit concerned that when we look within the document, some of these things, how are they manageable? How are they measurable? How do you know? Is it just words on a paper? Madam Speaker, also, within the quota committee, if I have an issue with the quota committee or with the appeals board, I have 7 days, Madam Speaker. 7 days. And that may seem standard. But for someone in our community who maybe might not have access, might not be able to figure out how to get this process done, why is it only 7 days? Is that fair? I don't think so. And I think we need to look at that. Now, Madam Speaker, I am always, and I try to be thorough and short. So here's one other thing, Madam Speaker, and this one really troubles me. When I got my Belongor status, and I know it was an issue during election, I paid $510. Now, while the UK continues to force things down our throat, you know how much it is for status in the UK, Madam Speaker? 2,000 US. There is nothing in here that increases how much should be paid for belongers. You know how much it is for residency? $250, Madam Speaker. If this is such a privilege, I'm not saying to put it out of reach, but why are we not discussing that? Why is that not in the bill? Madam Speaker, there are many people in this country that have offered investment over the years. One of them is a gentleman that I have known and worked for many years. As far as I know, you waited your time until you got it. We are at a point now where we're saying investment gives you your residency. I understand what the government is trying to do, but I've encountered many people over the years who are happy to wait their turn and invest in our country. But here we are opening the gate and say, if you got money, come. And then when they get here, we're going to question why we brought them. We know why we brought them. We brought them for money. That's a dangerous road, Madam Speaker. And I want to be clear that I'm saying that's a dangerous road. It needs to be more specific in there. It cannot be, oh, well, if you have 250,000, come. No. What are you going to bring to this country? How are you going to help us? Madam Speaker, I don't like the term belonger, but it is a term used by British overseas territories. And in here, when we talk about self-determination, we always need to remember some of these colonial wars that we fling around. They do more harm than they do good. Because the worst thing in this country is being called a non-belonger. Madam Speaker, have a good day.
Thank you, Honorable. Any other member wish to debate? I recognize the Minister for Social Health and Development, Honorable Vincent Wheatley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to say a few words on this very important topic. A lot has been said, so I too wouldn't belabor a lot of what has been said already. But Madam Speaker, for the sake of persons who might not have been following the full process, to understand how we really got here and why we're here debating this specific thing at this time, which in my mind is long, long, long overdue. The human condition that we are faced with today didn't just start. And Madam Speaker, I could refer you right back to Mr. Thomas Robert Malthus. And he lived in the 1700s, and he wrote he was a social scientist, so to speak. He was studying population and population growth. And he wrote a piece in 1798, how far back this discussion goes. And he made a stark prediction back in 1798. And he predicted that the world population would never explode. It'll get to a certain number, and due to shortage of food, disease, droughts, and so forth, it will collapse. What he didn't foresee in 1798 was the Industrial Revolution. The Industrial Revolution, at that time he was speaking, the world population estimated to be 1 billion persons, back in 1798. And I speak of today, 300 years plus later, we are at 8 billion plus and going. He could have never seen this because he never saw the Industrial Revolution and the advances in medicine. The revolution increased food production. Later on, we improved on food preservation. It meant that humans could now travel further because they could walk with food and overcome certain periods of drought and so forth. Madam Speaker, what that did to us, it put us to where we are now. So we went from 1 billion all the way up to 8 billion. And therefore we had to change our way of thinking. Because back in those days, natural resources were thought to be inexhaustible. There was no end to them. But as the population of the earth began to grow more and more, we realized we were heading towards a funny problem. And so we introduced words like sustainable development. And here in the BVI, we passed over a few years ago a national sustainable development plan. Because we too realize that if we don't change the way we think about things, we too may get ourselves mashed up. So, Madam Speaker, the increase in population and the increase in uncertainties and the increase in activities due to climate change, droughts, storms, and so forth, guarantees that human beings will have to move from one place to the other as places become uninhabitable for various reasons, droughts in some, frozen in others, and then have all these wars around the world. The BVI is no exception to where people would want to go for all sorts of reasons. We have to examine, Madam Speaker, what brings people to the BVI. And I guarantee you, people don't sit down and say, well, I want to do good somewhere, let me go to the BVI. They are driven by other reasons besides wanting to be altruistic, wanting to be good. Madam Speaker, a lot has been said, and said quite eloquently. But Madam Speaker, we can't run a country on emotion. We cannot. We have to sit down and come up with the data to make these decisions that we're going to make. And one of them that this bill is trying to address is the whole issue of population. We see the crisis in Haiti. We see crisis all over the world. These people, they're going to move and go somewhere. The BVI is going to be one of those places, and we have to decide in here how we're going to handle our population. In our Sustainable Development Plan, it is spoken of a lot because your population affects everything about how this country is going to function. It directly affects your infrastructure. You can make a decision today that could increase your population by 15,000 tomorrow, stroke of a pen. The question is, can your infrastructure then handle that influx of persons? And that's why we're here. We have to make sure when persons are going to come in, we don't only get the right number of persons, but we get the right quality of persons that we think would benefit our growth in this country. Because we want sustainable growth. We don't want haphazard growth. We want a careful growth. Bearing in mind, I said earlier, bearing in mind that your population also affects what can happen in your country. For example, there are some businesses that will never exist in the BVI with our current population. It is simply too small to create a kind of activity that would make the businesses sustainable. So we must ask ourselves and tell ourselves, how exactly do we want to build this country, and what population do we want to build it with, and what should that population look like? You've heard the numbers before. I saw a friend of mine said some day ago, we are always talking about data in this country. We are always talking about data. But like I said, you can't run a country on emotion. Emotion is important, passion is important, but data is also very important. Observation is important, but data confirms whether you're right or wrong, whether you're leaning in the right direction. Going to the bill, Madam Speaker, the question was asked a few days ago, out of emotion and frustration, I guess. Where does this bill come from? As if it dropped out of the sky somewhere. The bill came from the technocrats, it went to cabinet, and from cabinet it went through extensive public consultation, Madam Speaker. This bill was widely consulted on. And just like I too don't agree with some of the things in the bill, but this bill isn't about me. We took our bill to the public and said, public, we want to get your input on this bill. We got the public's input, and it is inserted into the bill. You cannot go to consult publicly and ignore the public saying, then what are you doing it for? Yes, you have to consult, and when the public gives you the input, you have to incorporate the input as best as you can and find some kind of middle ground between what the bill was and what the public say it should look like. Then we bring it to the House, the 13 of us here, then see what we have to say about it and try to find a bill that works for every single person. Not just those who are in the House, but everybody who lives. It's going to affect everybody in this country. Now, if you guys go to the first part of the bill, which is Section 2. The quota refers to the quota, establishment of a quota setting committee. Madam Speaker, somebody said it's new, but it's not a new idea. That's been around for a very long time, set at around 25 persons per year will be granted belanger status. That was there for a very long time. It was only removed during the backlog. It was removed to try and get the backlog to regulate as many persons as we can to make people feel included. Honorable Mayor said he didn't like the word belanger. I remember going to America and seeing the word alien and feeling equally offended. I'm not an alien. I live on this planet. But I understand persons have come here to the BVI and see the line belanger, non-belanger, and they feel offended. They say to me, I belong here. I love this place. Here's where I belong. But some words can be intrinsically offensive. So I understand that. But a quota system is important because your rate of growth is so important. Like I said before, your infrastructure must match your rate of growth. If you're growing faster in infrastructure, you're going to have problems. Your sewer systems, your water systems, your schools, your energy, everything must be able to match your growth. So I have no problem with the quota system. It's a sensible thing to do. And I commend the drafters for including that in there. I mean, go to section 13, Madam Speaker, where it replaces the word governor with minister. I think that's progress. It shows we are assuming more of the responsibility for our own affairs. We talk about self-determination, more internal economy and so forth, and then you're objecting to giving a minister responsibility. And Speaker, we have to assume responsibility for this country, for ourselves, as we go along on this journey. At some point in time, we have to change our current status. It's not expected to remain where it is. But the way you get there is through building institutions and strengthening the ones that we have to make sure we have our checks and balances. And Speaker, establishing a point-based system, which is in section 14. A lot of persons apply for belanger and residency. I'm not sure why they get it or why they don't get it. Because the criteria is not exactly very clear. How did I get there? This person applied the same as me, they got through, I didn't get through. And Speaker, transparency and accountability are important hallmarks in a good democracy, where we uphold good governance. And so I have no problem at all with establishing a clear criteria with how we get to where we are. People shouldn't be guessing, what do I have to do to become a belanger or to? Is it only a time thing? Do I just drop in here, however I get here, and just stay alive for 10 or 20 years, and then I apply and hope I get through? Or should there be some very clear, transparent guidelines a person has to follow if they're to be restored this status to them? And I'm asking, Madam Speaker, section 16, which is the amended part. It was brought up earlier, where a spouse who obtains belanger status under 6 or 7 is prohibited from passing that belanger status to a new spouse. And this part could be a bit emotional, and I understand why persons have a particular way against it, but it simply falls in line with other institutions in this country, like Social Security. If you and your spouse are married and you die, your spouse naturally gets a part of your benefit. But if the spouse, which is funny, if the spouse remarries, as long as the spouse stays a widow or a widower, they get part of your benefit. But on the event that that spouse remarries, it ends right there. It automatically ends there. Or, so automatically the spouse cannot pass on your benefit. Think about it. Suppose the spouse could pass on your benefit. You marry your wife, you die, your wife gets your benefit. Then your wife remarry, then that person must get her benefits when she died. And if he remarries, then that person gets the benefit when they die. So where does it end? So where does it end? It may seem a bit unfair, but what it doesn't say the spouse could never get status, you know. It simply says you cannot get it through the marriage. But there are other avenues to belongership and residency. But I have no real big issue with this because, like I said, it falls in line with what other agencies are doing. And then, Madam Speaker, we're going to go through the bill quickly. I see members looking at their watch thinking about the lunchtime. Section 16A inserted. Certificate that a child born in the territory to non-belonging parents belongs to the territory. Now, Speaker, this has caused a lot of trouble for a long time. I think the way the law was written, a child born in the BVI to non-nationals after 10 years of consecutive time in the BVI, the child is entitled to a BVI passport. And I have quite a few in my district. However, these children, when they got to 18, like you heard earlier, had to go look at a work permit or something else, or go to college. It's something that got the exemption. And because right now, I have a good friend from my district whose daughter is sitting in St. Kitts. This child went to school, primary school, Brigada Flags. She went to high school, she went to college, and she turned 18. Now all of a sudden, the child now is in no man's land. And sometimes, the children of the parents don't even remember the child really in a BVI lander. Because the child's whole life is in the BVI. Now the child make 18, the child out in no man's land, confused. And it makes these persons feel not to belong, not to be included in the society. So I'm happy to see that this is kind of being regularized. But I want person to be aware it's not automatic. They still have to apply and go through the process that it says in here. The carrot after consultation with the board may upon application being made in the manner prescribed, they still must go through the process. So that's not a free pass. Because you can't come in here, be a nuisance, then 18 years old, oh, I'm going to apply now. No, you must go through all the regular processes, the good character and so forth. But I'm glad it is being addressed. Because too many children who, the only place they know in this world is the BVI. When they turn 18, all of a sudden they're in no man's land. It's not a good feeling. It's not a good feeling at all for this person, and it's not good for us. And the member for the Leader of Opposition brought up the other part. A person who is aggrieved by an order of the Cabinet under subsection 2 may appeal to the Immigration Appeals Board. I think that was an error, but I was told it was fixed already, just picked up in it. Because you can't make a mockery of Cabinet to have a board overturning Cabinet's decision. So the member with his very keen eye already picked up on that. And Madam Speaker, certificates of residency by direct investment. Yes, I don't think anybody in the right mind would just leave it at that. There has to be any sensible person, like any foolish person would know, you must have criteria. Can't be every John Blow from whatever part of the world who said he has some money, he won't be a BVI lander. No, we have to drill down, and we'll address this in our committee, what that criteria is for those persons who may want, for whatever reason, the BVI, like you heard before, is an incredibly beautiful place to live, work, visit, and invest. It's not going to change anytime soon. We will remain a good place to visit. And this is directly connected to the Investment Act that we haven't really brought into force yet, but hopefully we'll get that moving soon. Typical residency due to substantial business presence. Now, speaking on the business of immigration, I had an interesting episode, which I'm so glad it's been addressed here, where a particular business owner in the BVI, multi-million-dollar business, came into the airport and was put back on the plane. He's an investor in this country, just coming in, check his business to make sure everything going okay. And he got to the airport, and I guess his work permit, whatever happened, his work permit, they put him back on the plane. I'm like, wow. If you want to attract persons to help us develop this country, we can't turn around and treat them like that. A person like that who is investing millions, hundreds of millions in this country, yes, let's get them residency. But I agree with the member for the 6. It should not automatically lead to belonging status. Because it's a special category carved out for you just to make your coming and going easier. That's all we're trying to do. To make your entry into this country easier. You don't be worrying about this and that and the other, and people, all kind of nonsense happens when that happens. And then the other one, residents of persons of independent means. That one there, I'm not going to create some trouble in committee because independent means can mean all kind of things. And I've seen it happen before, where persons apply for residency, meaning they have the cash to live here without working. But sometimes they say that just to get in here and then they do all sort of things because these days, like I asked a friend of mine, this was years ago, if I'm on the beach on a laptop, trading in the New York Stock Exchange, am I working? Because these persons do work, but not in the traditional way. So we'll have to make sure that we clearly define and make sure that the root belonger is that they understand this. To change their mind about this, or if circumstances change, they have to go back then and go through the normal route like anybody else. Speaker, going through the bill, I say most things were already picked up on. Immigration Appeals Board. Again, in the interest of transparency and the interest of fairness, I think it's a very good thing. Change the name to a tribunal, yeah, that's fine then. But persons who are so desperate or who really want to be in this country and are denied, and it does happen, persons are denied. And I ask the question many times, I'm here, I'm working, I apply for residence, you deny me, but then tell me I can get a work permit. So I'm not good enough to be a belanger, but I'm good enough to work. Make it make sense. So that appeal there should lead to some other decisions about that person. If you're telling me I ain't good enough to be a resident, but I could be here on a work permit, what are you really saying about who we're attracting here? So that appeals board to me would address those kind of questions because I've seen those questions come already. A person that denied. I've seen some once they were denied, pack a bag and leave. And I can't blame them. If you don't feel I belong in this country, you're not leaving. I'm leaving. And the person packed their bags, cleaned out the house, and was gone. If I can't be a part of you, then I shouldn't be here. But the person made that decision. Well, what if they didn't make it? You tell me I can't be a belong, I can't be a resident, but it's okay to come here and work. I want to be very clear with persons as to what we're trying to do with them when they come in. Madam Speaker, you said most things that the previous speakers already clearly elucidated on the many issues, many of which when we get into committee stage we'll address. Because even if we sit in the House, persons who are tuning in are saying, but you know, that bill really has some issues. And I said to them, this is part of the process. Once we see what we say out there, then we go into committee stage, and then we really trash it, and we really drill down into the nitty-gritty, trying to understand the implications of what these various things have. Not only the short-term, but also the long-term implications. When I speak, we all sent to this house here to make this place a better place. And I think it's all our intention to try our best to make it a better place. One of the main reasons that people send us to this house is to look after them, to make laws and policies that improves their lives. Not to make it worse, but to make their lives better. And if we fail at doing that, then we've failed our people. We should try our very best to bring good laws and sensible laws that when these laws are put into the effect, people see the improvement in their lives, not only in the long run, but also in the short run. And speaking of those few words, I shall take my seat. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable members, at this time we'll take the lunch break and return promptly at 2:30 p.m. House now resumes its sitting. Good afternoon, honorable members. We will continue the debate. Any member wish to continue debating? If no member wish to debate, I'll call on the Premier.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Premier. I recognize the member for the 8th District, Honorable Marlon Penn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to give my, what would have been brief, but now briefer remarks. You're right, Premier. That's the word I was looking for. On this very important bill, the Immigration and Passport Act Amendment Bill 2024. Madam Speaker, a lot has been said over the last 2 days that we've had a debate on this particular bill. And a former member of this House had a saying that this is about how weighty bills that come to this House. This honorable late member, the member for the 7th, former member for the 7th, Dr. Kedrick Pickering. And Madam Speaker, this is, I would say, one of the most impactful bill. And I think we look at it from the myopic view of immigration, but I think it transcends just immigration. It transcends culture, politics, it transcends our economy, the decisions that we're making here today, particularly with some of the far-reaching implications of the amendments that we are seeing before us today in this particular bill. Madam Speaker, before I go into the specifics of the bill and some of the notes that I've made, I want to thank the members who went before. I think the members were very thorough in the review and critique and acceptance of the bill in terms of the elements of the bill that they felt were good clauses, and the ones that they outright rejected. The Leader of the Opposition, I believe, set the tone in a very detailed way in terms of the specific clauses, and I wouldn't belabor the point on some of those clauses, but I think some of them are important enough for us to ensure that there's clarity from ourselves and clarity to the public on those specific clauses within the bill. Madam Speaker, immigration is one of those topics. It's always a subject of political campaigns in the larger regions. We're now hearing about the wall up between Mexico and the U.S. I watched a documentary or a series that comes on HBO that spoke to the current immigration plight in the UK, where they're now in the process of persons who are coming over the border, they're trying to repatriate them to somewhere in Africa. And I'm hearing that at the tune of $1 million per person, repatriate persons to Africa. So you see, immigration is one of those topics that is very ticklish and and transcends politics, culture, and all the other things. But this particular bill, Madam Speaker, my specific concern is that, and I've always said this in this House, when I was in government and now that I'm in opposition, that we need to be more deliberate in our approach to the legislative process. A bill of this magnitude in its far-reaching implications and impact should have had an informal meeting of the House for us to go through it, dissect it, and avoid the level of discourse that we're having now. Yes, the debate is important, it's the hallmark of democracy, and we would have debated it. But we'd have gotten to the bottom of some of the clauses and the origin and the rationale for some of those clauses that is in this particular bill. And more particularly, I heard the member for the 9th and Minister for Health speak about the extensive public consultation that was done. Okay. I went to a meeting, I see less than 7 people to that meeting. And we're talking about how extensive the consultation was, but it wasn't a part of the attachment to the bill. So if you're saying that you had extensive consultation with the public, there needs to be some type of report from those consultations that says, we have consulted with the public, this is what the public have said, these are the concerns that were raised, so then it could inform the legislative process in a proper way, because we're not legislating for ourselves. We're legislating for the territory, and we're legislating for the people of the territory. And we're continuing to get, and since the debate has started, I've gotten countless WhatsApps from persons in the public. Some saying, what y'all in there doing? Is that what's really in the bill? It should be pulled back until we can get a second look at it. So these are the concerns that people are faced with. And these are the things that people are saying, because you're saying you had extensive consultation, but again, where's the document that says that these are the specific things that were consulted on, and this is what the public said in regards to the consultation. Madam Speaker, I also want to join other members who spoke before in commending Kedrick Malone for the review that was done, particularly. What? So it wasn't Kedrick that did the review. It was him, yeah. No, Kedrick did it.
What did Abbott Smith?
No, Kedrick did that. Yeah. No.
This policy was done by That's a policy.
Yeah. I don't know if the members want to confer before. I know there's a dispute whether the policy or the review was done by Kedrick Malone. I know the review was done by Kedrick Malone, and that's what I'm referring to, particularly the review and the work that he did, particularly as it relates to the precursor for the changes that are being suggested and were consulted in the public space on this particular act or bill. Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I'm not going to refer to the report specifically, but more so in terms of the changes that are being recommended in the act itself. Madam Speaker, if you're making far-reaching changes like this, it requires one, consultation and some level of analysis, and there has to be a basis for some of the things that you're recommending. And immigration is one of those things that you have to be so very careful with. And I heard a member so rightfully said, one policy decision could tip the socioeconomic balance of your country overnight. And that's so true. We have to be so very careful how we manage the policy decision that we make surrounding immigration and passport. And that's why, and I think that's why successive government have been so deliberate, particularly in terms of the type of changes and amendments that they make to this particular ordinance. And I'm going to, before I go into the detail of it, and I'm not going to, and I had a message today, if I'm thinking I'm a philosopher, I'm not going to philosophize today. I'll be very direct, particularly on the things that are impacted, but we continue to talk about a population study for the BVI, and a particular study that speaks to what is the ideal population growth for the BVI. We haven't done that. But yet still we are here in this bill speaking about a lot of things that speaks to those type of studies. We have done a very good job in this country for many years. We're good at writing laws and doing reports and doing policies, and when they're done, that's the end of it. So you're talking about things in this, and I'll get to those specific things, about quotas, about boards doing these level of analysis and discussions about what size should be, but there's no real scientific approach to this. And these ad hoc policy and legislative decisions could have dire effects on the future and economic well-being of this country. And that was a sound of caution, Premier, in this government. And members in this House, because at the end of the day, it is this House that has to make that decision, no matter what the policy position is of the government. And the legislative changes has to come from this House. And as I see, the government don't have the majority today. And it requires collaboration. It requires us working together to make sure that people get the right piece of legislation that does not impact adversely the economic viability of the territory moving forward. Madam Speaker, the bill and the amendments to the particular substantive legislation goes fine. And I just mentioned the issue of quotas, Madam Speaker. And clause 1, I think it's 15, section 6, where we're going to insert the section that speaks to 15A, establishment in this Act of Immigration Quota Setting Committee, a committee that's responsible for setting these quotas, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, these are important decisions that shouldn't be solely left to the decision of a committee or particularly cabinet. I think there's a requirement, there should be a requirement that we've been over the years to bring reports to this House. I think whether it's through a negative resolution on Honorable Skelton, Leader Opposition, to at least have the opportunity to have the debates in this House so that the public can understand the impact and the implications of the decisions that we're going to make. It's not something simple. You cannot leave that decision off to just a committee to decide how they're going to shape the landscape of a country, the immigration landscape of a country overnight. Those are decisions that the people have to be intricately involved in. And that process has to be done through the people's representatives in the House of Assembly, not just a 5-member cabinet, not just a 7-member board or however the size of the board to make those type of decisions. So we have to get in the practice of ensuring that when these type of impactful and far-reaching decisions are being made, that they're made in a transparent way. They're made in a way that the people are clearly aware of the changes that are being made and how they're going to impact their lives. Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, it's important for us to ensure that these particular decisions, and I don't disagree, Premier, with the principle, but I disagree in terms of the approach. And we have to make sure, because we just talked about the extensive consultation, but yet still we don't have a report on the consultation that happened throughout the territory that says that these are the things that the people said that they had a concern with, they like or they don't like. And we don't have anything attached to inform us as the persons with the responsibility to make the decision on this particular piece of legislation here today. It's going to take a bipartisan approach for this bill to pass through this House today. But we're not armed with information to make that informed decision. I'm hopeful that the team that's in the back will be able to give that insight in terms of the approach of these things going forward, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move on to, and I'm going to the specifics, and I'm not going to go through every particular clause, but there's some particular clause of note that I made note of, but I think I wanted to highlight as well to the public. The section that speaks to the functions of the committee, Madam Speaker. Again, where it speaks to the committee and cabinet as it relates to some of the reporting mechanisms within this committee. Again, I believe these reports need to come to the House as it relates to a negative resolution of the House, so at least the House gets an opportunity to debate and the public gets an opportunity to understand what is in these reports, what is the impact of these reports before it's gazetted and becomes the order of the day. Madam Speaker, there's 15 CF. It says establishing, and this speaks to this committee's function, establishing a system of monitoring issuance of residence or belonging certificates and tracking the utilization of the certificates annually. Again, it's one of those things where we just write these things. But how? How many certificates are we talking about? How many persons right now are deemed to be residents through this status and through this process? I heard that some 85 premier was approved in the cabinet the other day, and some other belongers, if I'm not mistaken. I read the cabinet report, and luckily that in his wisdom, the former premier, Dr. Orlando Smith, made those things public so the public could get an idea of what's happening, particularly with decisions of this magnitude in cabinet. And I think some 80-something persons, if I'm not mistaken, got their status, residency status. You have these very vague clause in the legislation that speaks to monitoring. What does that monitoring mean? I'm sure that we're going to hear that it's going to come back in regulations. And we all know, leader of opposition, those of us who've been here much longer, there are a lot of bills that's supposed to come back here with regulations that still ain't reached yet. More than decades ago. So we have to make sure that we're very, very clear in terms of how we ensure to monitor to make sure that persons, and I'll get to that section in a minute, that speaks to how status could be revoked. And I'm assuming, Premier, and I read it somewhere else in the bill, where you're going to renew them on an annual, what is every 5 years. And I'm thinking there's an additional fee for that. And I didn't say that. They didn't say there's a fee for it. Again, there needs to be some clarity in that, in terms of the review process and how that will work in terms of the fee structure. And I'm hoping that we're not nickel and diming persons through a review, through a renewal process. And I'm not sure I understand clearly how that process will work and if I support it yet. Madam Speaker, the next section that I want to bring attention to is, and it's something I like, Premier. It's what it speaks to, and I'm not going to talk just about the things I don't like. I'm going to talk about the things that I like as well. There are things that are good things in the bill that we should incorporate in future bills moving forward. It has where it's 15D, meetings on the committee, 15D, subsection 7, where it says the committee may co-opt such person as it considers competent to provide advice as the committee considers fit, but the persons co-opted shall have no voting rights or exercise any of the powers of a member of the committee. It says may. I think we should have some more certainty than say shall. Because I believe that there are certain areas where, and there's some complex issues that this committee is being asked to deal with. And I think it's important for us to make sure that when the issues of quotas are being discussed and move forward, that we have people in the room that understand how these things work and the implications on the economy for setting these quotas and where we are economically to be able to set these quotas for these particular pieces of status. And you're talking about persons who are associated with the statistics unit, with the development planning unit. Those are critical resources that you will need to lean on. Persons who are economists, who understands how these population shifts impacts the economy. These are important discussions that need to be had with those subset of persons. And I'm happy to see that there's a clause that allows for the discussion. And I think we need to be more certain in terms of having those persons in the room to ensure that the people of the Virgin Islands get the best possible outcome from this particular piece of legislation. Madam Speaker, I'm also going to And this was mentioned earlier, Madam Speaker, and I had a discussion on Thursday with the member for the 6th on this one, particularly on the issue of Section 16, 7A, where it says a spouse who obtains the belonging status under subsection 6 or 7 is prohibited from passing that belonging status to a new spouse. Madam Speaker, I understand what we're trying to do. I know there were some challenges before. Well, we instituted the 5-year restriction in the first place. We had persons who were married 6 and 7 times within a year. Literally, and that's accurate. Persons were getting married, divorcing, getting paid, getting married again, divorcing. It was a business that some people was actually conducting, and literally selling status, belonging status to individuals for a price. And we had to make a shift to ensure that if you're going to get status, you have to show that there's a legitimate marriage and that you're legitimately married to that individual. And I heard the arguments made by the member for the 9th, the Minister for Health. And I don't know if you can make the comparison to Social Security. You can't, because you're talking about a financial situation. And the reality is that if you continue that in perpetuity, that's the word, and my tongue is slipped, and I was up on the block just now and I had a slip tongue. In perpetuity, the reality is that the fund is going to go dry. And I see why the restrictions are in place to ensure that persons can't accept and carry on benefits to a future husband or spouse or future spouse. And that's the reality with how Social Security works. But I don't see it the same way with this. I think if you believe that the threshold for 5 years isn't sufficient, and you're seeing a person abusing the threshold, that's a different argument. And is there data or evidence to suggest that? But if someone is married to someone, gets status is conferred on them, and God forbid that person loses their spouse, they shouldn't be penalized, or their spouse and the future spouse should be penalized because of certain circumstances. So I think the caveat has to be in cases of where someone is married and the spouse dies. And I think that is the caveat that I would suggest that we do, particularly with this clause. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, clause 14 of the same 16, clause 14, where it speaks to the renewal of the certificate. Again, I mentioned this earlier, Madam Speaker. I think we need to look closely in terms of the renewal process, and I hope that is not an issue where we're aiming to nickel and dime individuals, particularly on this particular section. And Madam Speaker, Section 17, Madam Speaker, where it speaks to certificate that a child born in a territory to non-belonging parents. Madam Speaker, that has been, I think that law was changed in 83, if I'm not mistaken, Madam AG. Yeah, the British Nationality Act, when the amendment was made, and the way that we confer status was changed. So anyone who was born prior to that are going through a different process. Because I think before that, all you needed was your port paper to be able to get your status and get your passport, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I agree with what is being suggested, but I don't believe it goes far enough, and I don't know if it could actually go far enough, based on the fact that we have to conform with what happens with the British Nationality Act. Because the law says right now that anyone that was born beyond that period have to register at age 10, when they're 10 years of age. and then they were able to then go through the process of getting all the different statuses and so forth, unless their parents acquire status before that 10-year period. But Madam Speaker, I know there are some special provisions and in that where the governor has some discretion. And we've seen it happen particularly with persons who are star athletes, persons who are particularly gifted, and we want those persons to get their status ahead of time. The governor has some level of discretion. I don't know, legislatively or through the Home Office, that he has that discretion to confer status onto those individuals. But I believe, Madam Speaker, just like we lobbied for some exemptions in this space, Premier, I think we need to lobby for those particular children. I don't know what we're doing is going to free them from immigration control, where they don't have to now register with the immigration department to get time and to have to pay for time, and it gives them that level of easement. But beyond that, and I was speaking to someone today, and they brought up the point of persons who might be autistic. A child that might be autistic and they might need a specific care in the territory, and that the territory doesn't offer, might need to have some type of passport or travel document that gives them opportunity to go somewhere else and get that care or treatment that they need. I think those are things, Premier, that we could lobby for, and based on the governor's exemptions that he has, we have to find ways to ensure that we create an opportunity for people, because, you know, we're talking about, there's a saying that we all are equal, but some are more equal than others. And we have to make sure that we don't have this sense of separation in terms of persons who are born in the territory. I understand the challenges with the British Nationality Act, but I know there are some exemptions that could be had for those particular persons who are impacted. And I think those are the things that we have to lobby for and try to get the support for those children who find themselves in that particular situation. We don't issue passports beyond, all we used to do is process them locally. We process them still on the basis of the law. They're now being processed in the UK on the same basis. So not from the point of view that we could have given a BVI passport to anyone. It has to still conform to what the statutes in the law says as related to the British Nationality Act. But again, there are some, but then again, there are some exemptions that the governor powers that they have, and I've seen where those powers have been applied to persons who are gifted, persons who have specific athletic ability, and the same has to be true for those persons and those vulnerable persons within the society to be able to get that type of treatment as well. So those are things, Premier, I believe that we have to collectively, as a House, lobby to have those things addressed and changed. Again, the clause 10 that speaks to the 10-year status. Again, we all know the reason for this and what was happening, particularly that we had a policy that didn't line up with what the law says, and we're now conforming the law and the policy as one. I think this was the main impetus of the commission inquiry suggestion and the reform that was being proposed. I think this was the main concern that was raised in the reform, and I'm happy that we're moving in the direction to get this particular reform done. The citizen by investment permit, there are three different categories and criteria on the investment. There's those certificate for resident by direct investment, substantial business presence, and person of independent means permit. Again, I share the sentiment raised by many of the members here today that they're not defined enough. I think we have to be very careful. We've seen in this modern society and this society of fintech and all the different means of acquiring wealth, there are persons who create this perception of wealth. Now you see, we saw what happened in Bahamas with the crash of that major FTX and the impact that had on the Bahamian government and the Bahamian financial system. And we have to be very careful. And we're seeing the same challenges in the reports that we're seeing in the Caribbean, the citizen by investment programs that the different Caribbean countries are now conducted, and you're seeing the challenges that they're facing with that program. We have to learn from those scenarios. We have to ensure that we don't create such a loose legislative framework that it allows for those type of individuals to sneak into our borders, get the opportunity to set up shop in BVI, and have a negative impact. We are a company that build our reputation on sound financial services, infrastructure, and services. So we have to be very risk averse when it comes to areas like this, Premier. While I agree and I support in principle what we're trying to do, the language that we have right now is way too loose. And the section where the Minister of Trade, in consultation with Cabinet, could confer some of these statuses on individuals, way too loose, Premier. And again, this is about the office and not the individual. Yeah, and as well, and you're talking about the licensing, and the leader of the opposition is right, with non-belonging landholders license. So you might make decisions that really wipe out our economic base for your country, because a lot of those revenues that you get from it, those tax revenue that you get from the what they call it, what they call the taxes called, Minister? Stamp duty. The stamp duty revenue that you get, sometimes one of those sales you get upwards of $5 to $10 million from a stamp duty sale. So if someone comes to you now and say they have significant wealth, you give them the status, does it exempt them from that process? They now could purchase land without getting an alien landholder's license? And that has huge economic implications on the country. So we have to be careful. We have to be careful how we craft these clauses within the legislation. We have to look at it in totality, not just in isolation, and how it impacts several different layers in our network, in our economy. And that's why I said it has not just immigration impact, economic impact, socioeconomic impact. And bringing persons in here that don't have the means to be able to survive also have a social impact on the social system. And how we're going to be able to manage that as well. So, Premier, this will take a lot of work in terms of how, if we really need these three segments, or how we could tailor it in a way where we make sure we have a robust regulatory review process to ensure that the people that are saying that they have this significant wealth or presence really have what they're claiming that they say. It can't be left to a committee to just do that assessment. And I see in FSC, even with the vast legislation that we just passed, as I'm aware, when we passed that in 2022, we only have one company license to perform those services, if I'm not mistaken. One company is licensed, and we have many of them have applied because they have to take their time to ensure that these people are legit and who they say they are. And we can't now come through the back door and grant them status in our country on the basis that they say they have significant wealth on paper, without doing the necessary due diligence to make sure that these people are who they say they are. We don't want another Stanford from Antigua here in BVI that sends shockwaves through our financial services systems. Madam Speaker, I won't be much longer because I believe that the members were very thorough in some of the clauses, but I think there are some specific clauses that I wanted to ensure that we brought those things to the fore. Madam Speaker, the clause, the section that speaks to the revocation section, that speaks to how status can be revoked. I want to speak a little bit about the revocation process. Madam Speaker, I mean, some of them I agree with, Madam Speaker, but we have to be very careful that we're not violating persons' human rights in terms of some of the things that we're proposing in these sections for revocation, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, particularly Section 12G, where it says, a person has been medically certified to be suffering from a communicable disease that makes his or her continued residence in the Virgin Islands dangerous to the community. Madam Speaker, that could have been said for COVID. Madam Speaker, if this was in place in the height of the COVID hysteria, and there are persons from a segment of our population that might have caught COVID, you're telling me that we could have just rung them up and just shipped them out of the country? That was a communicable disease. So, Madam Speaker, we have to be very careful in terms of how we pen these particular pieces or these clauses within this legislation. Sickness could befall on anyone, and I think we have to get clarity on these particular revocation clauses, and that we don't find ourselves in a situation where we're violating persons' human rights, and we send people out of this country, and we have class action suits and lawsuits on the hands of on the country and the government because of that. These particular clauses. So I think, Premier, that's one. I raised that one. There are others that I have concerns with, and I won't belabor them right now in the debate process. But I think we need to look closely on the revocation section and how we could strengthen the language under this revocation section, or remove those sections that I believe are draconian and sections that I think we should not be, that we might be violating persons' human rights. Madam Speaker, I have one more section that I want to highlight, and I have a few others, but I think the leader opposition and the member for the 6th, the 2nd, and other members who spoke went through them, and I wouldn't belabor the points to the public. I know the public has been listening, and I don't want to hear the same thing over and over again. Madam Speaker, I again come to the point where with Cabinet, and I think this was raised by several members, with Cabinet, after Cabinet makes a decision, the board or appeal board could overrule a decision made by Cabinet. I think we're all in agreement that that needs to come out. That section needs to be changed. Cabinet decision needs to be final. I think that if there's a process, it has to be through the courts and not through a board overturning a decision that was made by Cabinet. I think we're going backwards, Premier, by having clauses like that within the legislation. And I think we're all in agreement on that, Premier. I don't see any dissent on that particular section to be adjusted. But, Madam Speaker, I want to again go back to where I started. Legislations like this, Madam Speaker, and I understand the origin of it. It's unfortunate that we're here because of that, because the reality is that we always have known that some of these amendments, and we've been discussed them in several houses, are about moving forward. But we have to ensure that we don't make changes that have far-reaching implications without proper consultation. I don't believe that we had the level of consultation that was necessary. The fact that the way that people are responding to the things that they're hearing that is in the law seems to me that it didn't understand clearly what is being proposed here in this law. We have a responsibility, particularly where in what we're seeing now in terms of a sluggish economy, an economy that is struggling, to ensure that we don't do things that induce or create further harm to the economic base of this territory. So I think we have to look at this, Premier, in the committee stages. There are several clauses that I think we need to take a deeper dive at, ensure that we maximize the concern. And I would like to see, Premier, if you have it, as part of the language or part of the material that we're reviewing in the committee stage, the report from the consultation that informed some of the changes. Because I'm seeing changes here that doesn't reflect in the report that was done. So there are things here that was not suggested in the report. So they had to have come from somewhere. And I would like to know the origin of them. I know the drafters are here, and the team from the Immigration Department and the PS is here. So I look forward for a more detailed discussion in the committee stages so that we could then be in a more better position once we make a decision to come back to the people and say, we have made these changes because of X, Y, Z, and this is how this is going to impact you, the economy, and just the social fabric of the BVI when we make these changes. Madam Speaker, I look forward to a further conversation and discussion in the committee stage as we move forward with this very important piece of legislation that is going to have far-reaching implications once it's passed in this House today. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. I now recognize the Minister for Communications and Work, Honorable Kai Reimer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to give my support to this Immigration and Passport Amendment Bill 2024. Madam Speaker, though we have had some exhaustive contributions, quite all valid and from various perspectives, and Madam Speaker, I too would like to add my short points to this bill. And while I'm there, Madam Speaker, I just want to recognize the Premier for bringing this bill. We've all understand that this bill is before us because of B33 of the COI recommendation. And Madam Speaker, in most of the quarterly reports given by the governor pertaining to the COI, we see where certain bills were not addressed. But I acknowledge the Premier with this bill especially because he took the time and went to each and every district to make sure he heard the concerns of the residents pertaining to this bill along with his team. And I think, Madam Speaker, he should be recognized and applauded for that. I think we have gone through this bill. We heard the concerns, we heard persons' input, and we are here, Madam Speaker, debating. I know persons, after this bill was laid in the House, I think it was 2 weeks ago or a week ago, persons had the ability to see what the final draft was before we are here today debating it. And I know in the standing orders speaks to when you lay a bill, unless you go through and you get permission to do for second and third reading, a bill should be laid 4 days and it shall elapse between the first and the second reading of a bill. I'm saying this in section 52 of the standing orders where you have a first reading and within 4 days then you can come back and do your second reading once all the information have been put out there and persons get the ability to dissect the bill. And what persons are doing now is they're reaching out to us and giving us their input on the bill and letting us to know what they feel and what should be a part of the bill. So, Madam Speaker, we're here and we have the process where we'll go through the committee stage and we'll do further dissecting of this bill. Because no bill, Madam Speaker, that comes to this House is basically a perfect bill. So we would eventually have amendments and come back and make changes. Madam Speaker, this specific bill, I know we go back when we always celebrate when we regain our legislature back in the 1950. And the first Immigration and Passport Act came into force in 1969. That was further then repealed in 1977. Madam Speaker, since then we had about 10 amendments to that bill, to this same Immigration and Passport Act. Madam Speaker, during that time, as things progress, we make those amendments. As I stand here, I reflect on some of the conversations I had with my grandfather, my grandparents, when it comes to immigration and back in the day when, they had to go and look work and find work. And I recall vividly the process of going over to St. Thomas. I know from back in the 60s, around those times, the immigration over in the USVI, they would give you, I think, 29 days. And then you had to leave and you come back and you go through that process. You go through that process yet again. And, you know, then it evolved. Then I think they give you a 1-year bond during that time, so you can stay a year, you come back, and you go through that process. Then they had the green card. I know many of us BVI landlords, we have this green card that was issued to the USVI. But I say that to say, Madam Speaker, that each and every country, they go through the various processes when it comes to immigration. And most of the reasons why people move from one country to the next is whether it's for economic reasons, education, healthcare, a better life. And, you know, we recall what took place back even in the UK days when they had the Windrush movement. And we know up to recent, we had the Windrush scandal with some of the persons that migrated there, they still weren't able to get status. So it's a work in progress. The member spoke about what is happening with the border walls and so forth. Various things are happening in various territories as they try to protect their border and try to enhance their immigration processes. And Madam Speaker, we are no less here. We are doing the same here in our beautiful Virgin Islands, where this has been a topic, and we talk about the weight of this bill. This is indeed a weighty bill, and this definitely would affect a person's lives. Some persons would like what is being done, some would not like it, but in a democracy, you know, you hope to achieve the best for the majority of persons in the community. And Madam Speaker, this new amendment, there are 9 parts to this bill, and we have about 51 sections. The amendment to this consolidated bill is about 18 different amendments where parts of the bill were inserted, parts were taken out, or parts were just amended based on, you know, trying to modernize this bill and trying to bring this bill so that, you know, it speaks to who we are as a people. Madam Speaker, Part 1 of the bill, it speaks to, you know, the short title, interpretation, and, you know, persons who are deemed to belong, and all the different reasons are pertaining to that. Madam Speaker, in the interpretation, in the amendment, we added the committee, what means the Immigration Quota Setting Committee. We've discussed that, we went through that. Persons have their different reasons what they think it should be, a committee or a tribunal, and various reasons. And as we go through the committee process and we understand what the rationale behind of it, then we will be able to make a better informed decision as to what it should be called. In the same amendment in Section 2, it speaks to a spouse. And the spouse means, the new added amendment means, a spouse means the husband or wife of a person who is living with that person in the circumstances of a husband or a wife. Now, Madam Speaker, that is important. As we heard other members speak about, you know, people get married as a business, multiple years, person get married, divorce, passing on status. So it's critical that this section is there and we should look at it, understand what it means. It says that you must be living with this person as a husband or a wife under the circumstances. So you can't be married and you live elsewhere. I know in cabinet we had some discussions where persons who were getting belonging status didn't live with their spouse, and there were various reasons pertaining to what took place there. So this is very critical, and it's indeed a welcome amendment, I would say. Madam Speaker, in part 2, it speaks to the immigration officers, how they're appointed, their powers, the powers of arrest, and it also speaks to the functions of the governor in this section where it speaks to the immigration officers. Madam Speaker, the function of the governor here states that the governor shall have the powers and discharge the duties conferred or imposed upon the governor by or under the provisions of this act. And it speaks to any determination, decision, direction, or order come to, given or made by the governor in exercise of any power conferred upon him or in discharge of any duty imposed upon him or her by or under the provisions of this act shall be final. Madam Speaker, there are other areas in this bill that speaks to the powers of cabinet, and cabinet having, then you go through the committee or the tribunal that would then make decisions. So we have to understand what is final and who has the final say. It also in section 3 speaks to the board of immigration members. I've spoke about their feeling pertaining to the boards and having a standard across the board for boards. Part 4 speaks to the certificate that a person belongs to the territory, residence, a certificate that a person belongs, the validity of the certificate, and the certificate of residence, and so forth. That is in section 16. And Madam Speaker, I really don't want to go rehash a lot of the things that were said earlier, but I just want, for the benefit of the public, to understand exactly what the bill entails for this Immigration and Passport Act. Section 16, it tells you how you qualify to obtain this status. And it also speaks to, in subsection 3, where a person may be granted a certificate referred to in subsection 1, where a person is of good character, not less than age 18, has been a resident in the territory for not less than 10 years, and so forth. Madam Speaker, I mentioned that because I recall last year where, and I go back to basically 2019 when we had the amendment where we were regulating persons in our territory who have been in the territory for over 20 plus years, and we had the regularization. And Madam Speaker, during that ceremony, it was so good to see so many members there shaking the hands of the persons who were so proud to have gotten their status. During that time, it was a moral thing to do at that time. But Madam Speaker, we went through the process where, the Auditor General, and we had those concerns where 688 of those persons would have come into question, especially as we were going through the election cycle. And Madam Speaker, we went through the process of recalling the House and regulating those persons. Some persons call them a mistake, but we thought it was the right thing to do in terms of bringing the situation to this honorable House and doing the right thing for those persons in our community. Those persons, they after the debate, we realized that they fit into various sections of the bill, and we were able to regulate them and had no staying over election process for those persons who may have wanted to, who may have voted during that process. But Madam Speaker, I made reference to that because, immigration and hearing, these persons that come into a community and build up our community. I started off by speaking about the economic reasons that most persons migrate. We go back to when we were called a bird sanctuary back in the day, and the report done speaks to the ratio of belongers and non-belongers. And it was from those days where you had persons coming in to help us to build up our country. Though it was a financial gain for them, it was an infrastructural gain for us in terms of rebuilding. And we saw it as recent as the hurricanes of 2017, where we invited persons into our territory to help us repair our buildings, to rebuild. And we see the result of that because we were limited on skills here. We saw that just recently with the COVID, where we needed nurses and doctors to come in and assist us. So we're a welcoming country. And what we need to do is make sure that we put the right processes in place to make sure that these persons, if they're seeking to be residents and belongers in our territory, what those processes are, so that it's a clear line. So it's not that you have the last saying that you get residence at 10 years and a year after that you'll be able to become a belonger. And then there's another policy saying something different. And Madam Speaker, I must applaud, even though we refer to B33 of the recommendation, I must applaud the Premier, this government, and the Attorney General for crafting this bill so it meets what we are trying to achieve. You have the law saying 10 years and a policy saying 20. And for years, persons have been speaking out about this, but never thought it necessary to come here to get those things addressed. Well, Madam Speaker, we are here today to address this weighty issue. I mean, obviously, I guess persons were afraid to address it or they didn't want to touch it, but I guess we are here now to get it done. Madam Speaker, the Section 5, where it speaks to your restriction on landing and embarking, persons who are entitled to land, and removal of persons refused leave to land, and so forth. I heard the minister speak about investors coming in and not having being sent back out for various reasons. I mean, there must be a reason behind of that, and I know I won't go into what should have taken place, but I think when you're traveling anywhere, I think we need to have our proper documents in place, make sure that you have the right visa if needed, and certain places you need a shot to enter, and so forth. But I think those things need to be announced, those things need to be well promoted once you're coming to a territory. Well, Madam Speaker, we invite investors. And I like where the member for the 6th spoke about the BVI is ours, and it's good to see, what building is from basically east to west. And that is something that we should be indeed proud about. Madam Speaker, in this bill where it speaks to getting residents by investment and that aspect of the bill, I read a report, just one of our Caribbean brother territory or place in the Caribbean where I saw, they do the citizen by investment. I saw for one project they have sold or they are selling up to 25,000 passports. Now that generates quite a lot of revenue for the community. Madam Speaker, when those citizens now start to buy land and do their development, those persons who are originally from those territories may not know who their neighbors are. So we must be careful about that approach because we're a small community. Our population is under 40,000, and where you sell 25,000 passport, that is something you need to be a bit concerned about. I saw one documentary one day on YouTube where this guy, I think he was from Africa, and he liked to travel. He said he wanted to travel the world. But a lot of places that he traveled to, they reject him based on his passport. Madam Speaker, he went on a website and he saw where he could buy a Caribbean passport. Now he didn't even know where the island was. But he paid his money, he got his passport, and based on him and his documentary, he was able to go into various countries with his Caribbean passport. And I think it was a few years later then he was able to actually visit the island where he got the passport from. So I guess there are various reasons why, there are these investments for, persons do it for, whether for leisure or for business. And those are things we definitely have to protect and make sure that we keep an eye on those sort of activities. Madam Speaker, in Section 8, it speaks to deportation, removal of persons subject to deportation orders, and the powers, again, of the governor. I know right now as it is, the governor has all powers to deport. But if we're moving where we're going towards self-determination, is that a power that we should leave with the governor, or we should consider where the minister should be responsible for something of that nature? And Madam Speaker, in Part 9 of the bill, we speak to, penalties and other areas, factors to be considered by the inspector, payment of administrative penalty, refusal to pay, and the powers to compound offenses. Madam Speaker, all those amendments there in the bill, we have gone through and thoroughly looked at them. And Madam Speaker, there's one part of the bill that I want to make mention of, is Section 7, I think somebody else spoke about it, where it speaks to where the spouse who is a belanger dies before his or her spouse completes the period of 5 years. The 5-year residence referred to in subsection 6. At the time of the death, the spouses were living together in the territory to a husband and wife for the period of at least 2.5 years before the death of the belanger spouse. And the cabinet may, upon application, grant the surviving spouse the certificate referred to certificate of residence. And if he or she had completed that period of residence, then they would be granted a status. But Madam Speaker, we also need to put some kind of clause in there where it speaks to the cause of that death, because you don't want to hear later on that death. Huh? I'm reading a consolidated 15, what is it? 16, 7. Yeah.
But then the act before the house has been amended. The act before the house is not being amended.
So, Madam Speaker, I hear a lot of grumbling. So, if members want to say something pertaining to what is in the substantive act, then we will we'll give you the ability to say that. So, Madam Speaker, sorry?
Just say sorry and done, man. Read it right.
Madam Speaker, I am asking that you allow these members to give me the respect. Let me continue to speak, please. Because
Members,
16.
please allow the member to continue. Please.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
He has to read the bill before the House, not the one he proposed to put in the committee stage.
Madam Speaker, I rise to support that because when the member was reading, I was entirely lost. I know I read this bill backward and forward and what he was here calling it. You have to read on this. This is the bill before the House. He's reading from the substantive bill. That is wrong. You should have just say sorry and move on, member. Come on, even the best of us make mistakes.
Madam Speaker, I thank you for the indulgence. It's good that they could jump up when I speak, but they could say all manner of things in this house, and it's okay with them, you know. But Madam Speaker, I yield to them. But Madam Speaker, as we go through the committee stage, most definitely this would be addressed, and despite their saying it here, it's a part of the bill that would form this amendment, Madam Speaker. So, again, I just want to acknowledge this amendment, Madam Speaker. I know we'll go through the committee stage where we'll dissect the bill. And again, I acknowledge the Premier, the staff that has been sitting waiting to go through line by line, clause by clause, and address this Immigration and Passport Amendment Bill 2024. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Yes, member for the
Yes,
sixth.
Madam Speaker, just a point of information. I want to correct something I said earlier, Madam Speaker. The document that I was reading from, the policy document that I was reading from, the one that is dated the 15th of April 2004, was in fact actually written by Joseph Smith Abbott. I gave credit to Mr. Malone for this document, and that is not accurate. And I want to publicly again acknowledge the very good work that was done by Mr. Abbott Smith on this document.
Thank you. I call on the Premier to wrap up.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker,
Members, please.
Madam Speaker, we had a robust debate on this Immigration and Passport Amendment Bill. I want to thank the members for their contributions. I'll perhaps make reference to a few things that members said in their contributions. I won't speak to everything, but just a few key things. Madam Speaker, the first thing that I would like to emphasize following this debate is I want to dispel this notion that the COI, as a result of the COI, we are coming and we're imposing something on the people which is not in their best interest. I want to make it very clear, Madam Speaker, and I agreed with the member for the sixth when he said this. What we're doing in this bill, we should have done a long time ago. And really, we should be ashamed that it came up in the COI. So nothing that is being put forward here is outside of what we ourselves have decided to do based on what needs to be done. The leader of the opposition also said that, that somehow or the other, my manhood was being taken away from me. And I just want to assure the leader of the opposition, the House, and the public that I would not allow anyone, United Kingdom government included, I wouldn't even put it like that. I wouldn't allow anyone to force me to do something that I believe was against the best interests of my people. I would not do that, Madam Speaker. And I genuinely believe that this bill, albeit not perfect, moves us in the right direction, Madam Speaker. I believe it is something, there are provisions in here which speak really beyond what the COI have dealt with, issues that just we need to sort out as a Virgin Islands people. And I like the debates, Madam Speaker. Some of them quite dramatic, I would say. Maybe a little over the top. But I like the debates because, and I said this at the beginning, and I think I was proven true, that if this bill have any little thing that could be questioned, it would be brought out. And I think that's actually a positive thing, Madam Speaker, because we want to be so thorough when we pass something into legislation that it endures all the scrutiny that is required to make sure that we have the best bill possible. I said that we have many intelligent persons here in the House of Assembly. That's been proven through the debates. Persons have brought things to the public's attention and to the House of Assembly's attention, which I think are fitting for further discussion in committee stage. Madam Speaker, I also have to say that just to ensure that it's on record, that we did have extensive consultation on this bill. Now, I do agree when the members say we have to be more creative in getting persons involved. That's something I can take on, Madam Speaker. I wouldn't be too sensitive to say that we can't work harder to try to get people involved in these discussions and these debates. Whether it's on social media, whether we go on the morning braff, with all the lightning and thunder that happens there, and have a discussion with people about these important issues and important topics. And yeah, that will take a little bit more praying and meditation, prayer and meditation. But we don't mind going on and discuss these issues in not a political way. Discuss, I understand the politics, but some of these issues we really just have to, in the purest sense of it, just work for the best possible bill, in the best interest of the people. But I agree with that. But this did go through consultation. We went as far as doing surveys. We had stakeholder consultations. I personally went on all the consultations. We have a stakeholder consultative report. And I realized when the member for the 8th was speaking that perhaps I should share that share that report, and I shared it on the WhatsApp. We had a stakeholder consultation report, and it includes there even the survey that was done. So an attempt was made to discuss this with the community. I will also say, in addition to being more creative, we have to encourage our people to take interest in public consultation. We have to encourage our people to participate in the democratic process. Democracy just doesn't take place every 4 years at the polls. You know, democracy has to be, you know, there are important issues before the House of Assembly, important issues that are going to be going to cabinet, and we engage our district representatives, our at-large representatives, and we let them know our views on the subject, and we expect them to make those views known in the House of Assembly or known to the sitting government so that that can influence policy. And you know, I believe in the democratic process. I believe when all of us participate, we have a better product in the end. Madam Speaker, I want to applaud the member for the 6th. Generally for his debate, I think he gave a good debate. Just because he's in the opposition and he does take some digs at me every now and again wouldn't mean I wouldn't acknowledge that he put forward a good contribution. And I want to thank him for acknowledging that really this was something that we had the opportunity to fix a while ago. He made reference to the fact that we had this discrepancy between policy and law for some time, which has led to a number of challenges. And I'm happy that he, along with those who were there before, have an opportunity to come back and really correct that thing that was left undone. And we wipe the slate, we wipe the slate clean. Yeah, well, I mean, the majority of this cabinet is here, so. But we always have the opportunity. Well, you don't always have the opportunity, but you know, to God be the glory, we have the opportunity to come and repent of those past errors. And we are here to do that. And I'm happy I'm here as well to have the opportunity to participate in that process and set things right. And the member for the 6th district also, he made reference to the children who are born in the BVI and how we should look after those children. And I want to re-emphasize my support for that point, Madam Speaker. And I think I agree. I believe the other members said that we have to go a little further than what's in this amendment bill. I agree we have to go further because we know that children born in the BVI to non-citizens have the opportunity to register and get a passport after 10 years. So this section of the bill may not be having as much of an impact as we would like it to have. And I do think in committee stage we have to think about how we can go further. And maybe this section should apply to those who've come here at a very young age, who have gone through the school system. I think that's really where you have the problem. quite a number of them who are born here, after 10 years, they can get their passports. But those who come here, let's say they come here at a few months or 1 year, they can't register and get the passport. So we may have to think of what we can do for those who have come here at a very young age but have gone through the school system. And one of those individuals called me recently. She said to me, and you could hear the pain in her voice. She said she represented the BVI in athletics. She was not born in the BVI, but she went to school and she represented the BVI in athletics on several occasions. And she went away to school. And you know, sometimes you go away to school, you're still under 18. So it doesn't really, you're not really impacted, or you're going to HLSCC and you're still in school. But you go away and go to school and try to come back now, and there's a question of you getting a work permit. And really the pain that causes these individuals who grew up in this society is something that we cannot ignore. And I believe now is the time for us to correct that very discouraging situation for these young people. I accept, Madam Speaker, and this is actually something that we had identified and discussed before coming here, and I believe we have our red line version of this amendment bill ready for this discussion. But we had discussed this whole thing with the appeals, and we had identified that having some type of board overruled cabinet was not appropriate. A member for the Sixers put forward the concept of a tribunal. I think we can look at that, or however we believe that these decisions should be reviewed. I think we agree only body really fit to review cabinet decision is some type of judicial process. We agree there. So we'll have to take a look at the appeals. Madam Speaker, I just want to say what I like about the leader of the opposition is he's very detail-oriented. So you might have somebody who take a overall kind of global view. You can count on him to go through the details. And I think that was very valuable. He brought up a number of areas. Some of them we had identified before, but of course he was dealing with the bill before him. Some of them perhaps I think we need a little bit more discussion on. But there's some that I can very easily accept in terms of changes. You know, speaking about quorum and stuff like that, all of that stuff we need to correct. And a number of other things that the leader of the opposition brought up in the bill, I agree, I can accept those things easily. Some of them I think we need to just discuss a little bit in committee stage. Madam Speaker, I also want to acknowledge, of course, the Deputy Speaker. I appreciated his contribution as well. And some of the areas I already spoke about in terms of the social media, engagement, etc. He also spoke about increasing the fee. Right now, I do believe that we need to review a lot of the older fees that we have across government, just to make sure that the cost of providing the services in various departments that we try to offset as much as possible. And the status is valuable, but of course we don't want to make it prohibitive for anybody. But of course we want to reflect the value of it. And even if you look at nationality services, I don't think persons have complained about what is required to be naturalized. So perhaps maybe of course we can compare and see make sure it's commensurate with what it requires to become naturalized. Madam Speaker, of course, the member for the 8th District spoke about, among other things, I just focus on this, the clause on, in terms of persons have a communicable disease. I believe we have to take a look at that. I know during the COVID time, the name, what's the name of the act? The public health. There's an health act that allows you to prohibit persons from coming into the territory, but I would agree in terms of granting status, you have to look at something like that differently. So we have to take a very good look at that. Member also made reference to the residence by investment, and a number of members made reference to that. I think it's a need for some clarity there for the public, and perhaps even for some members who may not know. The cabinet in 2018 passed a policy on residence by investment. There was a policy passed for residence by investment. And so there's a very detailed policy that stipulates how someone would go about. How someone would go about being granted residence by investment. This was something that was supposed to come in with the Trade Commission. But the policy was passed in Cabinet in 2018. So what is written here is not the totality of it. There is a full policy that would guide how persons would apply and qualify, etc. And what this act does is gives the power to confer the certificate of residence. But I agree, even when I read what was there, that was one thing that we flagged, that just on the recommendation of the minister responsible for trade, how that's written there is too loose. It's too loose, because it's not even referring to the policy. So that's something that we have to certainly clean up. But of course, what we are seeking to achieve there is to attract investment to the territory, and to really provide some level of security for persons who've already invested in the territory. Because of course it's a very unsettling thing when you come in, you build a home. I mean, we're seeing some homes being built now, 50, 60, $70 million. And then that, let's say for instance, you just get into a problem with some officials, whether it's the minister, whether it's cabinet, whether it's the immigration department, and really you'll be prohibited from coming to the place where you've built this home. So it's a certain level of security we have to provide persons who have made a certain type of investment in the territory. And Madam Speaker, I'll just end off with the Minister for Communications and Works, who gave a very solid contribution. I thank him for his acknowledgement. One thing he reminded us of is the process that we went through to regularize persons. Of course, that process has been audited, and it's been scrutinized, it's been debated. But there has been an effort to look at persons who qualify for residents in belonging status and processing those persons. And that effort, Madam Speaker, will continue. But what persons need to recognize is that when these amendments are made, it's going to be absolutely clear what you need to do to be able to qualify. And I'm not sure whether persons took it lightly this whole consultation period, but things will change. And in my view, it's a change for the better. We don't want to unduly frustrate persons in receiving their status. But we do want to make it clear that persons who have the honor and the privilege of belonging to the Virgin Islands, and I agree with the Deputy Speaker, I don't necessarily like the lingo or the terminology in terms of you saying persons you don't belong or you're a non-belonger. I wish we could come up with a different way of saying it, but if persons have the honor and the privilege of being a belonger of the Virgin Islands, it is something that we have to hold in high regard. It is not just sometimes what I hear persons say, I get my papers. It's a popular term, I got my papers. And I want to let persons know it's not just about getting your papers, it's about becoming a part of a family. Because even though we may fight, and we do fight a lot sometimes, even though we fight, I acknowledge that we are one family. And just because you may have been born in Guyana, Antigua, or the Dominican Republic, or elsewhere, it doesn't mean that you can't join the family. But when you join the family, you have to act like family. And we have to treat you like family. So it's a two-way street. And I do agree with the sentiment that we have a symbiotic relationship with the member for the sixth set. And we acknowledge that symbiotic relationship. But it takes two hands to clap. And there has to be some give and take. So I don't think persons should complain, they're putting all of these stipulations on us to become a belonger. The thing is valuable. It's valuable, and you have to demonstrate your love and your commitment. And I know, some persons didn't like some of the things I said. I doubled down on it. We have to look after all of those young people. Some of those young people are, descendants of ancestral Virgin Islanders. Some of those young people, parents from other places. But the future of this territory will be those young people. And those young people have to start seeing themselves primarily as Virgin Islanders. And they have to recognize their commitment to this land and to each other. And, it's only because of the period of time that we're in where we are recognizing some of these differences among ourselves. And it is my hope and my view is that those differences diminish over time. And I'm hopeful that this process will help that to take place. Madam Speaker, I commend this bill to the House, and I look forward to some robust discussion in committee stage, and I anticipate a number of amendments as we seek to present the people of the Virgin Islands with legislation which is fit for purpose. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Immigration and Passport Amendment Bill 2024 be now read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a second time.
This bill shall be called the Immigration and Passport Amendment Bill 2024.
Pursuant to Standing Order 55-1 of the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands, the bill now stands committed to a committee of the whole House to consider it clause by clause. House is now in committee.